I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the Ridgefield Park Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted in the Bergen Record, Municipal Building, Board of Education offices, and district website. Public participation instructions. Public participation will be conducted both in person and virtually through Zoom. All public will be muted throughout the meeting. Public participation comments are limited to 5 minutes. The public will be able to both speak and be seen by the board when participating virtually or telephonically via Zoom. Individuals participating virtually that wish to make comments during the public participation will need to raise their hand by clicking the blue hand icon at the bottom of their Zoom window. Individuals participating by telephone that wish to make comments during public participation will need to hit *9 on their telephone to raise their hand. The business administrator, board secretary, will then unmute individuals one at a time to speak in the order that their hand was raised. Going to take the roll call. Mr. Fytros.
Here.
Mr. Gibbons. Mr. Gomes.
Here.
Mrs. McNeil.
Here.
Dr. Martinez.
Here.
Mrs. Orth.
Here.
Mrs. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Verselli.
Here.
Mr. Cathcart.
Here.
And President Fernandez.
Here.
Also present is the state monitor, Mr. Wayne Demikoff, the acting superintendent, Dr. Barry Haines, our attorney, David Disler, and the school business administrator, Carrie Grabstein.
Okay, moving on to passing of the minutes for April 6, 2022.
Make a motion.
You second it.
To move the April 6th, 2022.
Right,
minutes.
and who made the motion to?
I
Mr.
believe,
Cathcart?
Ms. Orth,
Oh, Ms.
second by Dave Cathcart.
Are there any questions or comments on the minutes from April 6th? Seeing none. Mrs. Orth,
Yes.
Mr. Cathcart,
Yes.
Mr. Fytros,
Yes.
Mr. Gomes, Mrs. McNeil,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Orth, I think I called you, Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Verselli,
Yes.
and President Fernandez.
Yes. Communications.
I have something that I would like to share. Mr. Schoenwetter from the Holocaust Foundation came to talk to the 8th grade students not too long ago. And I wrote him a thank you letter, and I just wanted to read it to the community because I was watching remotely and I was so impressed with the students, and you should be very proud of your children for the way they conducted themselves during that presentation. Dear Mr. Schoenwetter, I can't thank you enough for visiting Ridgefield Park Board of Education and speaking to our 8th grade students so candidly about your experiences as a survivor of the Holocaust. Thank you for sharing your story with them. I listened to the presentation remotely because I was out of town but I was so very proud of the warm welcome and the kindness our students extended to you and your daughter. The students were captivated by your story, and I was so impressed with their heartwarming, sensitive, and thought-provoking questions. One student thanked you for coming to speak to them because he had only read about the Holocaust in books. He never met anyone who lived through it until the day you came to speak. You made a difference in his life. The students were in awe of your bravery and the way you continue to honor your mother and father's legacy. I particularly liked that you told them that we all have bad days, but bad days come and go. Brush it off and know that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Circumstances can change in an instant. Try to look for the positive and the beauty in life. Your daughter made the closing comments, which were so impactful. She said that she looks around at the students in the audience and she sees students of all colors, some with black skin, some with brown skin, and some with white skin. There are tall students, short students, and ones who wear glasses. That individuality is what makes us all beautiful. Life would be boring if we were all the same. She told them that her dad is the last of the living Holocaust survivors and that they are part of the generation that has to tell his story to keep it alive. She asked them to always be accepting of all people so that we can all live in a world of peace. She asked them not to let her dad's story die and to keep it alive by telling others that come after them so something like this never ever happens again. And she asked them to stand up for what they believe is right. And I thank him for visiting and for telling his story. I'm very grateful to Mrs. Schoenwetter.
Any other communications? Not seeing any. Moving on to committee reports. I'd like to start off with Trustee Berlinda Rodgriguez, Faculty and Programs.
Nothing to report at this time.
Subcommittee, Social Justice, Trustee Ricardo Martinez.
Nothing to report at this time.
Okay, Buildings and Grounds, Trustee Dave Cathcart.
And just 2 points that I attended 2 planning board meetings, and the projects on Challenger Drive, 95 has been approved and 60 has been approved. That's a total of 728 units with another 600 more to be approved on 64 Challenger. So I've asked Kerry to schedule a Buildings and Grounds meeting for Tuesday so we can start planning for the influx of what I consider to be a lot of kids will be coming to the district.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Finance and Insurance, Trustee Bernard Gomes.
The Finance Committee met yesterday. We were given a presentation by our auditor, Gary Higgins. We went over some of the budget projections. We will be giving the auditor some updated information to get correct numbers so we can know what if there's going to be any excess for next year. We also discussed current projects, the high school HVAC system, additional busing. Additionally, we discussed some of the difficulty we're having trying to fill some of the positions, such as additional bus drivers, science teachers, maintenance personnel. Because it was under or something that would impact finances, we did discuss the new position for the early childhood education and what kind of financial impact it may have on the district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since Representative Trustee Chris Gibbons not here, we did not meet as a personnel meeting committee. Moving on to negotiations, Trustee Tom Verselli.
Nothing to report. We're still waiting on a couple of dates I think we gave to hear back to see if we can attain one of them.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, policy, Trustee Ricardo Martinez.
Nothing to report.
Great. That finalizes our committee reporting. Moving on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Fernandez. I'm going to share my screen now for the superintendent report. Sorry about that little technical glitch. Superintendent report, May 4th. So some of you are aware in K through 6, just prior to the most recent vacation, spring break, we sent home about 2,000 books to our kindergarten through 6th grade students. And many of our community members made some nice engaging videos for students as far as those books. So students could create book nooks at home. There were videos from community members and encouraging students at home to create a little literature corner for themselves. We got some feedback from some students, and I'll come back to that in a second. Many of you have also asked for curriculum to be posted online, and I'm pleased and proud to say all district curriculum is now available by clicking on the district link. You'll see there a tab for curriculum, and then when you click to the link to all approved board curriculum, you'll find all curriculum guides there. So back to the book note. I've walked into a couple of classrooms recently and looked at some students who were very excited to tell me how much they really liked their books. And so there's a little page that a couple of them created, Board of Ed members, that they were excited. And I'm going to take a second to play one of those. Actually, I'm going to stop share just for a second and come back just so I can make sure that the volume is right so that you can hear the students' voices here. Here we go. Good. I think this one's from Mrs. Houston's class, and this is Jamie.
Hi, Board of Ed. I really like the books that you sent our school. So I was wondering if we can have more books because those books were amazing and they really entertained me a lot. So I was wondering if we can have more books because I love books. And honestly, my number one favorite, Bad Guys, is my favorite. And I like the part where the bad guy said, "Oh, who farted?" So I was wondering if you can have more books like that. And if you can, thank you. And my name is Jamie. So bye.
So I think that's a demonstration of a bunch of things. It's
the books I enjoyed.
It's a demonstration of how much the students enjoyed the books when they came back to school, what they had to share about their books, and creating the videos. I just think it was a joy to watch the teachers have the students create the videos so the board could see their work with technology. Which brings me to a reminder that it's Teacher Appreciation Week. Yesterday was Teacher Appreciation Day. I know there are a lot of teachers in the room even now, and there are teachers online, and it never hurts to applaud all the proud professionals that we have in the district working hard every day with our students. So please, a round of applause for our teachers. We can't do that enough. And then on to a topic of discussion that has been on the board's mind and the community mind and everybody I've spoken to over the past couple of weeks. And that is some of the district goals, and in particular, goal number 2 that the board approved through majority vote back in July when they worked together on the 3 district goals. And I want to focus on this for a couple of minutes for a couple of reasons, as you'll see as it unfolds. Goal number 2 has to do with early childhood education and the population of students who are age 3 and age 4, who we don't have early childhood education slots for or preschool classes for yet. We educate a certain amount of 5-year-olds, but we don't do much with 3 and 4-year-olds. So based on that, the board created a goal to create structures within the school district and partner with agencies across the community to expand and deepen systems that advance early childhood education for all, looking for feasibility studies and looking for the state grant. At that time, Ms Theimann, this is back in November, went ahead and canvassed the community and used many different social media methods, including reverse 911, to get a large majority of the population. Remember, these families don't come to our district, so it's hard to get the word out to make sure that the families know. Please go ahead, take this survey, because it matters about your future if you have a student or a child who's 3 years old. So she did a great job, and what came back was the first part of our survey indicating that, and you can take a second to look at some of these statistics. She presented this back in November, if you remember. that we have about 45 2-year-olds. We have about 65 3-year-olds, then we move into 4 and 5-year-olds, which does represent a huge increase of younger students. But more than that, as you think about what other districts around us offer, including Hackensack and Bogota, and as Mr. Demikoff and I spoke with the executive county superintendents on numerous occasions after QSAC, because QSAC came in and suggested you're not meeting the needs of your early childhood education programs. Many of the families, as you can see, said, we would be very interested if Ridgefield Park offered this us as an opportunity. And I won't go into the tons of comments, but of those 180 surveys that faculties responded to, families responded to, numerous comments on and on and on. Which moves to some of the other great work that Ms Theimann has been doing in our district, which include kindergarten registration, which again took a huge amount of getting the vote out through social media, using reverse 911, and engaging our families out there who don't have students in the district yet, whether they're in daycare or other areas, trying to get the families in for kindergarten registration. I do want to spend a second on this, because the detriment here, and it's happened during the pandemic, is our kindergartners come into kindergarten and the kindergarten teachers don't know them well because we haven't had experience. We haven't been able to test them. We haven't done something called universal screening. And so those students stay in our kindergarten classes starting at September. It takes our teachers a good 3 to 4 weeks just to get them acclimated, know their names, and start getting a sense of who they are and what they know. We're trying to back that up, again, based on QSAC and the executive county superintendent, so that we get them registered now. I believe we had, and I forget the number, Diane would know this number, how many families registered for kindergarten at this point, who now we know we can contact them and invite them in, which we're planning to do now near the end of the year, so they can have a get used to your school day, get used to your teacher day. We'd like to screen you with a couple of tests. That helps the district, moves the district forward. But again, that's not the only thing that I see and I observed Ms Theimann being involved in. I see her very involved not only in kindergarten registration, but in the community and some of the other community locations. So many of you already received this letter that I sent out today after talking with multiple parties and receiving the agreement from Ms Theimann about this. And I just wanted to read this out loud. Like I said, this went out to all the families in the district later this afternoon. As a reminder, the Board of Education adopted the goal of early childhood learning, brain development, and readiness for success in 2021, with the goal of creating structures within the school district and partnering with agencies across the community to expand and deepen systems that advance early childhood education for all learners. This goal grew out of the recognized need that we have about 200 families in our Ridgefield Park Learning Community that have no public pre-K options for their 3 and 4-year-olds, unlike other districts. And yet the activities to make this goal a reality do not have a staff member in charge of moving this program forward. Consequently, at the Board of Education meeting tonight, I am recommending that the board approve the following, effective July 1, the voluntary transfer of Diane Theimann to Assistant Director of Early Childhood Education. Through this move, I anticipate that our community will be better equipped to apply for and achieve grants under the New Jersey Preschool Expansion Grants programs. I continue to look forward to working with Ms Theimann in this new capacity to better meet the needs of our neediest students and to also grow the early childhood program into another example of proud growth for the village of Ridgefield Park. Towards that end, there are some changes on the agenda. As we move through the meeting tonight, there's a FP number 122. When we get to that, that will be rescinded. That was an earlier job description. And there is new business that will be promoted. FP 124 is the position that we just mentioned, Assistant Director of Early Childhood Education, and a voluntary transfer. And I think I would be remiss if I did not address this next part in the superintendent report, again, because there's a lot of community comment about this. There's been a recent change in the administration at the high school, brought about by Ms. Cavins coming to the high school and working with the administrative team and the professionals in the high school, which I've admired and respected and seen over the past many months, bringing things like the November 17th presentation to this Board of Education, working with extracurricular clubs. And as it says up at the top of the screen, she presented this in November, and it's very apparent that she does this. She creates a sense of belonging and a safe school environment for students to thrive in. She encourages athletic participations and opportunities for socialization. And as I think about that for some of the community currently in our district, and that is thinking about what our 7th and 8th graders need. And knowing myself, I was a 7th and 8th grade teacher for 6 years in my past, knowing that there is different brain development, that they are different human beings trying to find their path in the world, and knowing that it takes a different kind of educator, and getting again to know Mrs. Cavins. She has also a 7th and 8th grade background. She was a teacher of 7th and 8th grade students. She reminds me that as we look forward in the middle school, we're hiring a new position, and that will be the 7th and 8th grade social, well, not just 7th and 8th grade, but a social worker to take on some of the social emotional needs of all of our high school students, but catering to 7th and 8th grade. We have academic needs. I think most of you know that we have supervisors who are 7 through 12 who cater to the 7th and 8th grade mentality. We have discipline, which is under the umbrella of Code of Conduct by Mrs. Cavins, again, having much experience there. We have athletics, which are pursued 7 through 12. And finally, the structure of the school, as we engage in discussions tonight that I know will come before the board, of a school that I have heard has a history of 7th and 8th graders being involved in the school community for 30 years with one principal. But I would be remiss again if I did not engage in conversations with Mr. Demikoff, with the Executive County Superintendent, and talking about the current structure of the school. And their strong recommendation as we went through QSAC is, your school needs one principal. The structure is in place. It was that way for 30 years. And the state coming and telling us that makes a clear statement for how we need to move forward. I'll simply end with, again, Ms. Cavins has a strong vision for where this school goes, how the 7th and 8th graders are supported. And I trust her and the administration to make sure that those students who have different kinds of brain developments are supported in their future through a structure that she's going to create as we move forward. That is the end of the superintendent report.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the monitor's report.
In regard to the legal fees related to the pending litigation with Dr. Bender, the Porzio Board attorney fees are now at $62,742.65. The state monitor's attorney fees are $1,617, and the Summit Risk Insurance Company's attorney fees remain at $5,000 for a total of $69,359.65 through the March 2022 billing. And that's all I have for the monitor's report, is that update to the public. Thank you.
Moving on to the budget presentation. Ms. Grabstein.
Okay, the last budget presentation that I gave, I talked about some of the strengths and weaknesses in the district, and just wanted to point out that when we built the budget, we looked at some of those strengths and weaknesses and tried to eliminate some of the threats and capitalize on some of the opportunities when we move forward with planning the budget. And I'll just read some of the opportunities that we are going to try to capitalize on. We plan to strengthen our internal controls, and we'll be doing that by bringing payroll in-house and integrating the payroll system with our personnel software. We are going to be moving to an electronic absence and substitute management system. We will be evaluating our transportation department, getting an independent review of that, and to see what kind of recommendations they make for cost-cutting measures and adding some safety measures, and potentially purchasing a transportation routing system. We plan to do a cybersecurity audit to eliminate the threat of a cybersecurity attack. At some point, we will be looking into construction projects that are energy savings and will pay for themselves over time. We plan on securing more grant funding. And one of the things that we've talked about in several committee meetings is that to show employees that we value them and provide opportunities for professional development and personal growth for all employees, not just teachers. Some of the dates have changed. Next slide, Mark. Some of the dates changed because the governor's budget address was late in being released and the state aid didn't come out. So the public hearing obviously is tonight for the approval of the budget. It should have been at the end of April, but it was postponed due to the delay in the state aid being announced. The most significant thing that happened and the change to the budget from the preliminary budget that I presented at the end of March is that we got a very big increase in our tax levy. Initially, if you look at this slide, the tax levy from 21-22 was $27,409,601. Because of a new health insurance plan that the state put out, there was an adjustment. They actually took off $838,957 from our 21-22 tax levy. And we had an adjusted levy of $26,570,644. And we got a 2% increase on that, which ultimately made our tax levy for 22-23 less than the tax levy for 21-22. So I appealed it along with my team and we provided reports, and I'm very grateful that they adjusted that original adjustment, and that resulted in additional tax monies, tax levy. And ultimately, the complete tax levy is now at $27,936,897. And that is an increase of $834,840 as a result of the revised health benefit savings adjustment. And that is enabling us to do additional projects that we didn't think we were going to be able to do. So I'm going to talk about that as we go through the presentation. We have some new personnel and staffing initiatives, which perhaps Dr. Haines would like to talk about.
Carrie, do you want to talk about the first 5 or 6 lines there?
An elementary school science coach that will be split among the 3 elementary school buildings. Actually, we have QSAC. When we had the review from the county, they suggested that we hire head custodians. So we've budgeted for some head custodians. We're contemplating hiring full-time drivers depending on what the outcome of the independent review is. And Dr. Haines, I think you could probably do a better job of explaining the rest of those new positions.
Sure. Here we are. we're in need of, some of these are actually in the budget currently, so I'll say that. There's the reinstatement of a position that we lost about 2 years ago for a high school English teacher, which will help us to teach more electives in the English language arts 9 through 12. The science teacher, I believe, is currently in the budget, but we have a posting for a science teacher. There are 3 inclusion teachers, 1 for each elementary school, which is a needed part of the program. And at Grant School, with a new MD program, we're getting an MD teacher and an MD teacher assistant, multiply disabled teacher and a new teacher assistant.
Okay, we have some new curriculum and professional development and purchase services initiatives. And Dr. Haines, would you like to discuss that?
Quickly, revised science textbooks. We adopted math textbooks last year for 6 through 8. We're doing science this year. ELA resources, including additional resources. This goes back to our social justice resolution, looking for more literature and more resources to help culturally responsive scorecards. Flexible seating, which at the elementary school has been huge. Those same students that you saw in the video who were enjoying reading, enjoy reading in different areas in their rooms and appreciating the flexible seating that they can make themselves comfortable and read. Health textbook series update for obvious reasons when the state tells us what the curriculum is going to be. The New Jersey SLS standards for high school, the PEEA feasibility study, that will be reduced. That's actually a resolution in the agenda tonight that we will be hiring a consultant to help us write that's the early childhood education grant that'll be submitted. So that's not quite $75,000. You'll see that as a resolution. The homeschool connection to increase those books that you just saw, students reading. We want to continue those kind of subscriptions so students can have good book literature, book nooks at home. Homeschool connection, again, that's continued. That's one for each of the elementary schools along with curriculum supplies. So that takes care of the bottom 6 lines.
Next slide, please. Okay, the technology budget initiatives, a large part of that is to just increase our security, reduce our chance for a cybersecurity breach, protect employees' information, confidential social security numbers and student data, and really just trying to protect ourselves from what a lot of other districts have faced. There are a lot of districts in the surrounding towns who have had data breaches, and it's quite costly to pay the ransomware. So that's what we'll be focusing on. But we also have classroom audio upgrades, some outdoor digital signage at the elementary schools. The multi-factor authentication is something that will help secure our networks. And this year we plan on focusing on making our website ADA compliant. And again, I mentioned the absence management system, which is another very valuable tool to increase internal controls. And it makes it easier for staff to see their absence balances. And it's also an incentive for substitutes to apply to work in our district because they will have access to our vacancies as well as the surrounding communities. We have several facility initiatives, and one of the things we budgeted for is a new roof at the building on Central Avenue where the Special Services Department is housed. We also plan on working on a Phase 3 window project at the high school. One of the things we've been in need of for quite a while is a new van, but with inflation and the difficulty in the supply chain, we have not been able to secure a van. So hopefully we'll be able to do that this year. We are going to put water bottle filling stations into all of the schools because it hasn't been safe to use the water fountains during COVID. One of the nice initiatives that we'll be working on is putting stencils on the blacktop in the elementary schools with some educational games, and that should be nice during recess for the students. The Airedale ventilators at Lincoln School, that project will be completed over the summer, and that is something that is important for air circulation and for protecting students against COVID. The two big things that, because of the increase in the tax levy that we were able to do and budget for, we were at one point going to have to choose between either upgrading the science labs at the high school or putting in a commercial kitchen at the high school. And now that we have those additional monies, we can actually do both of those projects, which is very exciting. We have ventilation project planned at the high school, and that is being paid through grant monies. And we have the same going in for the auditorium and cafeteria ventilation, which will also be paid through grant money. And the bus loop parking upgrade is still a viable project. And we're currently doing soil testing, and we plan to proceed with that project as well. The equipment and furniture is largely flexible seating and some new desks and student chairs. It's pretty self-explanatory. I wanted to, on the next slide, show the breakout of the state aid, and later in another slide, I will mention the increase in the state aid over last year. We had a nice $1.8 million of an increase in state aid, which is actually very nice. Okay, the tax impact. In talking to the tax assessor's office, I learned that the average home assessed value of a house in Ridgefield Park is $366,365. And when we look at the tax rate, the impact to a homeowner is at an average assessed home would be $6,393.07. Sorry, it's just the school board. Yeah, it's just the school board. I'm only talking about school board, sorry. And that's an increase of $178.14 over the year. So, sorry. Ridgefield Park. It's just for this. Just the school portion. I'll have to check on that then, because I got this information from the tax assessor's office. So Okay, I'm going to move on to the revenue side of the presentation. And the local tax levy, $27,936, $936,897. State aid, $13,701,318. We have revenue coming in from tuition from other districts totaling $5,202,479. We have withdrawal from capital reserve for some projects that we'll be doing. We have joint transportation agreements with Little Ferry, Teaneck, and Dumont that bring in about $357,809 in revenue. Miscellaneous revenue partially is due to gov deals, E-rate, and just refund adjustments. And also shared services that we have with Little Ferry. They pay us for our guidance counselor and a portion of the busing coordinator salary, $179,512. We bring in semi-Medicaid in approximately $64,561 and interest income of $14,350, bringing the total general operating budget to $47,964,76. We have an additional special revenue fund, which are monies coming from the federal government that are restricted and have to be earmarked for certain projects. And that is in the amount of $1,104,163, bringing the total 22-23 budget to $49,064,639. The expenditures, the general current expense, $45,889,622. Capital outlay of $1,865,438. Expenses for summer programs of $157,987. We fund the charter school, and that's a $47,429 expense. And the total general operating budget is the same as it is on the revenue side. Additional money for special revenue fund, same as it is on the revenue side. And total expenditures, which expenditures equal the revenue, total budget being $49,064,639. Okay, the highlights are that the state aid increased by $1,860,054. We had an increase in our tax levy of the amount of $834,840 due to the revised health benefits savings. And with those additional monies, we will allocate $459,360 to a commercial kitchen at the junior and senior high school, $270,103 allocated to new science labs. We've also increased the groceries for the home economics class due to inflation in the amount of $5,377, and an increase in the state loan payment because there was a typo in the original preliminary budget of $100,000. And that's the final public hearing. Are there any questions?
Carrie, the increase in the $100,000 isn't more than what we're supposed to pay. It's just the regular payment.
No,
was
that's
just
the
a
regular
typo.
payment of $50,000 per year.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Grabstein. Moving on to citizens' comments and on agenda items. But first, Trustee Ricardo Martinez, can you please say a statement?
Just have a little something to read. I did have a comment actually on the budget that I just wanted to make. Those numbers seem really high, and those numbers are very high. We do spend a lot of money up here. But it really is good to see the money going to kids and not to salaries or other types of ventures. So I am very happy with where the money is being allocated by our administration. That said, we have a lot of people here, so I just want to read this statement about the public comment session. Good evening. Before we begin public comment, as the chair of the policy committee, I wanted to remind everyone that we'll continue to have 2 public comment periods, one on agenda and one off agenda items. There is a sign-up sheet near the podium, and we'll keep track of individuals who are trying to speak to us on Zoom. We'll call your name in the order that you sign in. Each member of the public will have 5 minutes to speak during each comment period. Time cannot be transferred to other individuals. The public comment period will be 1 hour on agenda items and 1 hour for non-agenda items. Thank you for your cooperation and support.
Mrs. DeSantis?
Good evening.
I think they were laughing because nobody pays $6,000. What you're talking about is just the district portion of the tax levy. Okay. FI 246, check 4701 to Fort Lee. What was that for? It was one of those dead checks. Okay.
I have to get that for you. I don't know that offhand.
FP 124, again, you're creating a position for a program we don't have, for a grant that was not approved. For one classroom, we're going to spend $200,000 for one classroom, which means a lottery system that you're putting other districts in. When we're in such bad shape curriculumly, this is really not appropriate. P 207, 208, and 224. We have more resignations. So far since July, 26 employees have left this district this year, 8 of them teachers. This is an unheard of number of employees leaving. Employees don't usually retire or leave during an academic year unless they are unhappy. Happy employees don't leave. I've seen this happen twice since I've been involved in the system. And Dr. Martinez, you're the one that piqued my interest in this when you said that you wanted exit interviews. I know why, because we've been there before. This has happened for the second, this will be the third time. And the first 2 times, it was because of the top administration, employees being unhappy. And I know that there are a lot of employees that are unhappy right now. And that's all I have to say right now. Oh, Mr. Demikoff, do we have anything on what Little Ferry owes us, the 1.4 million? What's going on with that?
It's in litigation, and we have not gotten a decision on that from the courts.
I also think you've already sent $500,000 extra back to the state for the loan, an interest-free loan, and to send another $100,000 with everything that needs to be done in this district is
Oh,
ridiculous.
miss,
Thank
that
you.
was just a
No.
typo.
That was, no, that was not an extra 100 being sent. That was budgeted at 150 when it should have been 250. There was a typo in that. It's not.
No,
an
I'd like
extra
to
100.
correct that. There is an additional money. It was originally, there was a typo. It was budgeted at 150,000, and we needed to correct that. So it's not going to be more than the payment of 250,000. That is the annual payment. We're not sending additional money back. Mrs. Malou,
Janet Malul, 163
Good
East
evening.
Grand. Well, I will say I spent probably 2 hours composing a statement for tonight, which made no sense anymore. Okay. My biggest question right now is, as much as I understand the need for the early elementary program and or pre-K, whatever we call it, and the fact that it's an important piece of readiness for school. My big concern right now are the kids that we have here, that we have in district. And the idea of removing Mrs. Theimann as middle school principal and as a 32-year middle school teacher, not just 5 or 6, but 32 years devoted to middle school, they are really an entity upon themselves, is the only way to say it. Their needs are different than a high schooler and different than an elementary school child. When my daughter first came through here as a 7th and 8th grader, they at least tried to have a 7th and 8th grade wing. They would try to keep them a little separated from the high school. We are so big now, that's like near impossible. So seeing and being up here several times and speaking with Ms. Theimann regarding how some of the organizations I belong to in town could work with those students and what we could do, I discovered she knew her kids and she knew them well. And I think you're making a very big mistake by eliminating this position. And I've never understood why, when we brought 7 and 8 down, we never really at least assigned an assistant principal that would be strictly in charge of that age. Although I never really felt we have anybody here that really is capable of dealing with that age. Okay, I can tell you I've been through 6 principals and multiple assistant principals. And I can think of only 2 that really aced that job. And when we brought 6th grade into our 7 and 8, after many years of not having them there, and it was really strictly based upon space, because we would have had to add on to a whole load of elementary schools. They brought in an assistant principal that was dedicated to 6th grade, because their needs were not really like an elementary anymore and not totally 7 and 8. In fact, their program was slightly different than the 7 and 8, but we housed them together and we made it work. But what I'm seeing here, I have big reservations about how this is going to play out. I see us taking a step backwards. And I really hope that for now, while the needs are really big, and my concern is your curriculum, what you're doing for them. How are you getting them ready? And now I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that there's no finals. So how are you even going to judge what they've learned, what they haven't learned, and move them on? And your idea of bringing in, I don't know, special programs or consultants, I have to be honest, I have always learned more from my peers than I've ever learned from a consultant. And partially, that's because they don't spend the time in the classroom like the teachers do. So you guys have a lot to think about here. Thank you.
Ms. Dwyer,
John Dwyer, 199 Bergen Turnpike. On the agenda, new business number 226, the Assistant Director of Early Childhood Education. How was this position advertised? Okay, so was it posted in district for all
I'm
employees?
sorry, that's new business. We're on agenda items.
Oh, I apologize. All right, so I'll hold off those questions. FI 230 on the budget. The revenue for busing I see is $357,809. Can you tell me what the total expense of busing operations is?
we have a budget of about $950,000 for transportation.
Okay, and can you tell me the total student enrollment of K through 12?
Not offhand, no. I
Okay.
can't.
I'm just looking at a $49 million budget and I'm just trying to calculate the cost per student.
I mean, we have about 2,087 students in the district. So is
Okay.
that what you're asking me?
Yeah, and the entire district.
Yes, that's about it.
So about, I'm sorry, what was it?
2,087, I believe it is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Brady?
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to discuss agenda item 223 and to have some explanation from the superintendent as to why he feels that our middle school children shouldn't have a principal. And how he immersed himself in our community in the short time that he's been here to make such an impactful decision. And to make such an impactful decision when he's halfway out the door. What are you trying to burn down on your way out? You're now making people question, how did you get this position and who do you owe? And what is the background of this that you're suggesting this on the way out? Are you aware of the needs of these middle school kids to not be in the same surroundings as 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds? The issues that this district has had with statutory rape. Because you have older children in a building with younger children and there's just not enough separation. Not only is there not enough separation, there's just not enough attention to that age group. And every time there's a budget issue and every time there's any issue, it's how do we take from the middle school? But when you keep taking from the middle school trickles over into the high school. So you're setting up for there to be issues that are then going to happen in the high school on a larger level. You take away middle school sports, you take away middle school activities, and now you're taking away our principal? After she has built this up over the last 2 years through a pandemic, through a local civil war, which is basically what we've been going through for the last 6 years since we had the budget issues and teachers were dropping like flies and worried about their jobs every single day. Teachers that dedicated years to this school and to their kids. Ms Theimann is at everything, whether it's sports related, arts related, plays, environmental meetings, awards, anything that you could imagine. She's there, she's present, she knows everybody's name. Don't continue the cycle of having lost souls of our middle school students with no leadership, no place to go, because the high school principal, any high school principal, doesn't have the capacity to lead that many kids with so many different needs. The high school kids and the middle school kids have totally different needs, and those needs need to be addressed or our kids are going to be lost. Let's prevent our middle school kids from going back to lost souls with nothing to do, nowhere to go, and no one to lead them. For many of us, Ms. Theimann is and has been a guiding light for many years, whether it was teaching our children how to read, navigating them through death, and now helping them adjust from going from grammar school where there's one set of standards to the middle school to the high school where there's a totally different set of standards, whether it's behavioral standards, academic standards. And quite frankly, a lot of these kids are not prepared to make that change. And she's helped them through the process of making that change. Let's not regress. We've worked so hard. You all have worked so hard in the last couple of years to move us forward in a very difficult time where we're dealing with COVID, we're dealing with the loss of budgets, we're dealing with old school, new school, everybody's at war, but still you've managed to move us forward. Let's keep moving forward. Let's make this district something to be proud of again. Thank you.
Mr. DeSantis?
Good evening, everyone. Ed DeSantis, 15 Homestead Place, Ridgefield Park. The budget is part of on agenda, right? Well, that makes too many questions for 5 minutes. Maybe something you should have considered at the beginning, that the budget could be a whole separate piece, but I'll keep it to 5 minutes. FP 236 and FI 236 and 237. I see we have custodial overtime of a reasonable number of $1,500 for the month. Again, bus drivers are over $8,000. Now, if we're interacting with other districts and we're receiving in a plus number per the budget of 157,000, if you look at that number, virtually half of it's going to overtime. For all these switching of buses and the liability involved with moving around other districts and their children and those parents, we're doing that without figuring other expenses involved in that for approximately $80,000 a year. One lawsuit for one parent, for one kid that falls and cracks a tooth, will wipe that out 10 times over. So that isn't something against you, Ms. Grabstein. I'm just pointing out our flaws in our busing program. Resolution FI 245, who is Plan Connect? And actually, that's not for you, Ms. Grabstein, it's really for the board president. Who is Plan Connect? We're hiring the service Plan Connect to provide financial services. Who are they?
It's someone to oversee our 403B and 457, which are equivalent to 401k in the corporate world, and it's at no cost to the district. It's just to coordinate to make sure that people don't over contribute or that they're being compliant with their loans.
They're doing it for free?
The participant fees are being picked up by the providers. So Equitable and Lincoln, they are going to pay the per employee fee.
Does anybody on the board know the people that run Plan Connect?
I had a recommendation from another school district.
All right, I'll take silence as we're not going to discuss that. Again, the question really wasn't to you, Ms. Grabstein. And by the way, congratulations on Resolution P216. Certainly glad to have you here and we'll
Thank you so
continue.
much.
Okay. We have an early childhood consultant, $35,000. Is that a renewal or that's a brand new thing coming in?
That goes with the board goal that I discussed earlier. That is hiring a consultant who's used to filing a PEEA grant, who will come into our district and look at locations and facilities and curriculum and provide us with a report and also file the paperwork for us to apply for the PEEA grant.
So we're approving a position for an assistant director. We don't have a program. We're hiring a consultant. It's not being mandated yet. And I don't think that an early childhood program is important. I do, but you have a lot on the table. You have an awful lot on the table you don't know about. And as Mr. Cathcart said, we have a number of people, apartments coming in. Do we know where we're going to put the new kids? We're going to put the early childhood learning kids. Have you thought about properties? When's the program going to start? I'll take silence as you have no idea.
I'd ask you to go back to look at the board presentation from February, when all that was presented by our elementary principals and our early childhood committee, and they did a half-an-hour presentation. It's up online, it's under superintendent communication, and it's one of the presentations you can see and look at that accounts for everything you just asked about early childhood programs.
I'm sorry, Dr. Haynes, I really am sorry. That does not answer the question because we have new information, new apartment buildings, new enrollment, a presentation on what you'd like to do in the future. Doesn't mean you have to put the money out for the program when maybe we can't even house it. Okay, and just one
We're
last
not
thing.
going to house it.
Excuse me?
We're not going to house it.
We're not
That's
going to
what's-
house it.
That's what's in the, I'd invite you to look at the presentation to get your answers.
All right, that's disappointing, but again, not wanting to answer the question in public. P225,
Sir, your
reduction
time
in
is up.
force.
Your
Reduction
time
in
is up.
force. Time is up?
Your time is up.
Okay, my time is up. Reduction in force, though, we need a vice principal.
Okay, I apologize if I'm getting this wrong. Is it Mr. Chris Graham or is it Ms. Chris Graham? Ms. Ramirez?
Hello, good evening.
Good
Sharon
evening.
Ramirez, 205 Overpeck Avenue. So I have a lot to say. I hope if I'm going too fast. But I want to start off, I'm talking about the elimination of the junior high school principal, Mrs. Theimann. I've been a teacher for 23 years in New York City. Most of my career is in early childhood. My first year teaching, my first 10 years teaching, I was in a junior high school / early childhood center. Thank you. We were given our own assistant principal for our pre-K and kindergarten program. That assistant principal was pulled every single day to deal with the 6th through 8th graders. Why? Because the needs of the 6th to 8th graders was much higher than our pre-K and kindergarten program. The need for the teachers were well-equipped in the early childhood center to work with the students. We had an assistant principal, not a principal. Over the years that I've been in the city, I have now moved and I am in a strictly 3K through 5th grade school. We are not given our own principal. We have an assistant principal who again is pulled for the older grades because they have more needs than our younger learners. I 100% agree with you, Dr. Haines, that early childhood is extremely important. I've been a pre-K kindergarten teacher my entire career. I am a huge advocate for the youngest learners in any community. I do feel that a strong foundation in this is what we need. We need great teachers, and our district has fantastic teachers, but we have fantastic administration. Mrs. Theimann has been beyond exceptional. I cannot express to you in the 5 minutes that I have all the things that Mrs. Theimann has done for me and for my family. I have 4 children in the district. I have a 10th grader, I have an 8th grader, I have a 6th grader, and I have a kindergarten student. My 10th grader was in the junior high school when it did not have its own principal. Those who have been on the board for a few years know that I loved Mr. Koenig. Mr. Koenig I thought was fantastic, but his needs and his focus was on the high school. The junior high school fell through the cracks a lot. Information that parents needed was not forthcoming. The 7th and 8th grade scholars were treated like high school students, and they are not high school students. Thank you. They are still 7th and 8th grade students. They are just coming out of the grammar school. They are not prepared to come into this giant building. I was one of the parents that was not happy that 7th and 8th graders are mixed in with the high school, but by giving the own principal like Mrs. Theimann, she has created a middle school for these, junior high school for these students where they feel safe, they feel like they have an advocate, and they feel like they have a home in this district. Mrs. Theimann has, again, like I said, gone above and beyond. My daughter, who is in the 8th grade, absolutely loves Mrs. Theimann. She suffers from adolescent anxiety, and the summer before she entered 7th grade, Mrs. Theimann answered an email of mine by calling me on the phone and expressed to me that she would be there for her and do everything. My daughter, when I told her about Mrs. Theimann, broke down in tears and said that she knows that she felt safe coming to the high school, going into 9th grade, knowing that she would still have Mrs. Theimann in this building that she would see in the mornings. My 6th grader is going to be coming to the high school, to the junior high next year. And Mrs. Theimann and I have already had a conversation because my 6th grader struggles. And we already have a plan set in place for her for next year. So now because we are moving Mrs. Theimann, my child's going to fall through the cracks. I do not know Mrs. Cavins very well. I only have had a few interactions with her, but my 10th grader has no idea who she is. When I showed her a picture of her on Twitter, I said, look to my son, look at what's going on in your school. That's great. And he said, who's that? I said, Aiden, that is your principal. He has no idea who she is. So if my son, who's in 10th grade in high school, doesn't know who she is, how is she going to be able to meet the needs of all the 7th and 8th graders, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders? The middle school, the junior high school needs Mrs. Theimann. We don't just need any principal, we need Mrs. Theimann. Mrs. Theimann has developed a community with these students, with the families, with the staff. From a teacher's perspective, the staff needs an advocate for them. I understand Mrs. Cavan has qualifications for 7th through 8th grade, but the staff deserves to have their own administrator to run their own meetings, to run their own observations. That's what the staff deserves, and our students deserve better than what you're offering. Please reconsider, because this is not something that I plan to stay silent about. As you know, I come to the board meetings, I listen on Zoom, I don't speak up very often, but this is something that I will continue to speak about and be an advocate for. Mrs. Theimann deserves to stay in the 7th and 8th grade position for our students and our families. Thank you.
Mr. Raftery?
First off, Ms. Grabstein, congratulations on your new contract. You are a credit to the people of Ridgefield Park and the Ridgefield Park Board of Education. We're going to go back to our last meeting, 4-3. What's this, FI 249 on the agenda, transportation. I watched the meeting 20 times because the meeting best reflects the problems we've had on our Board of Education for years now. Ms. Orth using a four-letter word, which was plan, PLAN, which we desperately need in building and grounds for bringing on new students, a plan for what we're doing with early childhood education instead of moving in this direction and that direction and this direction, a plan for where we are going. As we know, transportation is a extensive business. I worked in it for 40 years. I worked under some of the best account managers, safety managers, etc. Mrs. Orth simply suggested at the mention of hiring more drivers that we have a plan, Mr. Gibbons stated that it is the Board of Education's job to agree with whatever the administration requests and support them. That is completely wrong. The Board of Education's job and all of your responsibilities are to oversee the Board of Education, its operations and its plans, and most importantly, to question, just as Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Martinez, and Ms. Orth did at the last meeting, what they don't understand and what they don't feel is in the best interest of the people of Ridgefield Park. Transportation has been a thorn in everyone's side, and we have done nothing but put Band-Aids on it, as I'll use as a quote, over the last 6 years. The fact is, you need someone to oversee the whole operation, since there is nobody on the Board of Education or our administration who has any background in transportation at all. At all. Zero. I know we have contracts with outside towns that we're doing now. Is there a fluctuation there for fuel costs? Fuel costs is up 42% since September. Or are we still getting paid what fuel costs at that time? Again, it's extensive, everything. We heard insurance mentioned, leasing, maintenance. Whoever you lease from, what are they going to give you back? Are they going to give you a safety program? Are they going to incentivize your drivers with jackets, drivers of the year, etc.? You have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, and I don't expect you to. You are not transportation people. But we do need this transportation audit of exactly what is going on. And we do need a transportation consultant who the board can call in when it's time to lease and say, what are we doing here? All right? Price doesn't mean anything. Your real saving is in the long run in your operation. How your biggest cost is normally maintenance, okay? What are they going to give you as far as maintenance? They may charge a little more, but they may have an on-call man right in Pagoda who's ready anytime a bus goes down. You're not only going to have better service, you're going to have happier kids, and the kids will get in school, and you can feel better about your program. Simple as that. But the magic word, plan. P-L-A-N, plan. Again, we have no one qualified for transportation. We still don't, okay? So let's bring in someone who does and let him give us his ideas and his numbers. Simple as that. Thank you.
Ms. Cosgrove?
Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me? Higher up, better? Okay. Hi, so my name is Roxy Cosgrove. I have 3 children in this district. I have a 7th grader, I have a 4th grader, and I have a 2nd grader. What I have noticed is that every time My children are happy with the school. The board takes that away from them. My children came from grad school. They came from an amazing principal, Dr. Bender. We had great time. She was amazing. She became superintendent. You guys removed her. We dealt with that, unfortunately, hoping she comes back to us. So we don't have problems like removing our middle school principal. Now my son is in 7th grade. I was scared for him to come here. He came from a classroom of 15 to 18 students to a classroom of 20, 30 with 200-300 kids in the hallway. I was scared. You know what made me feel better? Having Ms Theimann. I didn't know her. I came here. She promised me that my son was going to be safe, which is the main factor that you guys are not understanding the community. We want our children to be safe. I don't want my 12-year-old sitting next to an 18-year-old guy. It's not. Or if I had a daughter, my 12-year-old daughter sitting next to an 18-year-old man or crossing the hallways without her having a point of contact, just going into her principal's office and say, hey, Ms Theimann, I am unsafe. Hey, Ms Theimann, I have an issue. I have a problem. I need help. Or simply just saying, hi, Ms Theimann. How are you? She stands outside every day, just like the rest of our principals. She knows every face, every face. Does the other principal know them? They do not. Someone just came up here and said her 10th grader doesn't even know who the high school principal is. How is my 7th grader going to get through next year? How are the incoming 7th graders who already have fear in them of coming into this humongous, gigantic school building and not having a point of contact? My child, along as every other child here and in the middle school, feels safe. You are removing that factor. Your job is to provide safety for my child, and you're removing that. I don't understand. Then you say you don't have the money for her, the budget, but you want to use her as a guinea pig and throw her somewhere else. I do not want to sacrifice my son. I do not want to sacrifice my son, other middle school children for another building. Quite frankly, I do not care. I don't see the need of removing what is not broken to put it somewhere else. It is unfair. It is unjust. You're doing an injustice to your students. You're doing an injustice to us who put you in this position. We trusted you. Every time we trust you, we put you in this position. We give you all of our trust, our faith. And then you come back and you stab us. And you remind us that we do not matter. That it's not what we are about. We are a strong community. We need to be strong. We need to keep Ms Theimann in here for the safety of our children, for their mental state. What? You guys, please listen to us. You did not listen to us when you removed Dr. Bender after battling COVID with us. Please listen to us. Please do not remove Ms Theimann from us, from our children. We're going backwards, guys. We do not want that. We have a $49 million budget. Use it. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ramos?
Good evening.
Good evening, Christina Ramos, 382 Teaneck Road. I am not new to this podium. You all know me well. I've been following the district for many years, and year after year, time after time, one bad decision after another has been made. And today is not an exception. We previously lost our superintendent, Dr. Bender. We filled this room up with parents who came down in her favor. And now this room refills again in favor of Ms. Theimann. In my daughter's words, why are they trying to get rid of Bestie Theimann? My daughter, a 7th grader, new to the school this year. I have a sophomore also. She didn't experience having a principal when she was in the middle school. I can't say that I knew what I missed because we didn't have it. She didn't have a principal. So we just went along and we adapted as the years went by. My younger daughter, and there were also a different breed of kids. My younger daughter, however, made an instant connection with Ms. Theimann. She comes home and she tells me about conversations she's had with Ms. Theimann. She makes me laugh often. And I do believe there is a need. I was on the fence at first when I heard about this position being created. And nothing personal against Ms. Theimann, just that I didn't know how this position would benefit the children as I did now that my daughter entered 7th grade. I do believe there's a presence needed in the middle school. I don't understand how Mr. Haines believes that our high school principal can handle grades 7 through 12 when you can't even handle the district on your own of this size. You have had several, you have a lot of help, Mr. Haines. We've had other positions brought in to help you because you can't handle doing what you do in this district. And this is a fact. So why are we doing this now? This is being called a reduction in force. What does that mean exactly? There's no explanation given to the community other than you just feel that our high school principal is capable of dealing with grades 7 through 12. That is an unfair task to ask of anyone. These children definitely need a principal. They didn't get their own school because we all know what happened with that idea. So what's going to happen? Now we have a creation of a pre-K school. I was here for the presentation. This was a presentation to talk about the future, not 2 months later. Now you suddenly developed a position for Ms. Theimann with money that we don't even have. Have we received that grant money for the preschool, the universal pre-K? How much? Where? Where did we receive that money? Because in the presentation, we didn't receive those grants as of yet. And grants are not guaranteed. You can get grants this year, and next year they'll tell you, I'm sorry, we don't have any money for you. Well, what's your long-term vision for this pre-K universal school? Where are the kids gonna go? I know we spoke about that we were gonna get in touch with other daycares in and around Ridgefield Park, but it was never finalized. Now, all of a sudden, you have a position created for Ms. Theimann as an assistant director. Does that mean there's a director also? Who's the director? Because in order to be an assistant director, you have to have a director, don't you? I'm just saying, I mean, what's the game plan? Do we have a daycare that agreed to go on to share this plan of yours? Do we have a director that she's going to be assisting? How much money have we received in grants to push this program through? Where is the data? We spoke about it. You showed a presentation, but it was just that, a presentation. There was no final commitment made to anything. You didn't run it by us. I'm sure here and in tune every board meeting. So please, let's start making some decisions the right way. One bad decision after another. We gave back $500,000 not so long ago. You
Thank
didn't
you, Ms.
listen to
Ramos,
us
your
for that.
comments. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Ramos.
Again,
Thank you.
we need to keep a position in place at the middle school. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, I think that concludes our citizen comments on agenda items. Let's move it on to the three online. Please move out them. I have no problem in extending it. No problem.
I apologize for coming up here abruptly without being called, but again, obviously this is going a little astray, so I'm going to address the room. Hi, everybody. My name is Melissa Danino. I live at 50 Christie Street, Ridgefield Park, New Jersey. I have been a resident for 15 years and I've had 3 children in this school district, one at 25 years of age, one at 17 of age, and my youngest is here to support Ms Theimann, 13 years of age. I want to tell you that you've just been handed a petition that was started not even 48 hours ago. And what it states there is 397 signatures were put out there of parents, students, guardians, and some of those students are here to voice their opinions and to be heard. Since being here, that 397 has actually accumulated to 468. I don't know, was that the number? 470. So we are now at 470 people that are signing, not only on behalf of Ms Theimann, which let's be honest, that is what we want, but for our children to have a voice, our children to have a principal, and for our children to be separate from the high school. Because I know, as having these 3 children, that my 13-year-old does not have the same needs as my 17-year-old, that he does not have the same educational needs, the same resources that are required in order for him to progress and move forward through our educational system from 7th to 9th to high school. I know that the principal of the high school is extremely relevant and she is involved, but again, I have a high school student and I have yet to meet her. Ms Theimann has been at my child, and not just mine, but everyone else's in this room's extracurricular activities, whether it is school related or not. And I just want to let you know that this is your opportunity, the Board of Education, to redeem yourself and to actually make yourselves relevant in our society and for us to actually look at you in a guiding light. Because at this point and at this junction that we are at, you have done nothing but disappoint us.
If you are a student and present and signed up, please come up to the podium. Just be, yeah, yeah, listen to the students. One second, please. One second, please. I'm so sorry. We're extending this, but please be mindful for your fellow students.
So my name is Sebastian Reyes, right? And Miss Theimann was a second grade teacher. She didn't teach me personally, but she knew me because of my sister. And she cares. She basically grew up with me. She saw me grow up. And there's like no right just to like let her go. She's probably the best thing that's ever happened in middle school. Like it's just like funny to me. Like you guys are just like everyone said, every parent said, you guys are going backwards. Like I don't know about money and stuff. I don't know how much you guys owe people, but who knows? It's probably a lot. That's why all of you are laughing. So, Ms. Siemens, like the best thing to happen in this middle school, I'm gonna repeat myself a lot of times because you guys are making a just like no brain decision at this point. I'm sorry for like insulting you, but it's the truth. Ms. Theimann, look, back then I was a bad student. Ms. Theimann showed me discipline because she suspended me 2 times. And that was those 2 times I learned my lesson because she was the one who helped me understand discipline. Look, my sister told me this. So my sister told me this, right? Back then, students just fought and just said, don't do it again. But Ms. Theimann has something that helps students learn. She helped me learn. Me and her, we're not always in the best terms, but she cares about me. She knows my mom personally. She knows my sister too. And it's just like, think sometimes, please.
Hello, my name is Matthew, and I agree with Sebastian. Like, it's not really right. And she's helped me through a lot of difficult times, and she's helped like a lot of other people. And it's not really right to just let her go. Like, she needs to be here with us. Like, she needs to be here. Yeah, that's.
Hi, my name is Shane Danino, and I live at 50 Christie Street. My mother recently was just up here, so love you. Just as Matthew and Sebastian were saying, I really think there's no reason for her to step down from this position. She was given it for a reason, and she should stay at it. We trusted her with it, and she should keep being trusted because she's been doing an amazing job at it and never stopped. She's been watching us as we learn. She's been also. Sebastian recently mentioned that her sister. I think he said his sister had her as a second grade teacher. Yeah. I also did, and my God, she did amazing. Damn. And that's pretty much it. But like, I need to tell you, there is absolutely not a single reason why she should step down from this position at all, in any way.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Ruscio. I'm a senior in the school. And I just want to start by saying the middle schoolers now are really lucky to even have a principal, because when I didn't have a principal when I came to middle school here. And they're even more lucky to have Ms Theimann as their principal. She was my second grade teacher, and she taught all my 3 other siblings too. And I feel like she's been a big help, especially during the pandemic. I remember my brothers, one was in 7th grade, one is in 7th grade now, one is 8th grade, and they were slacking. And Ms Theimann, if it wasn't for Ms Theimann, they wouldn't have done good in 7th grade during the pandemic. And I think that she's really involved. And even me as a high schooler, I go to Ms Theimann. Yeah, Ms Cavens is my principal, but I still go to Ms Theimann. Yeah, and I think Ms Theimann is really good with the students and she's really involved. And we just need a middle school principal because when I was in middle school, we had no one. I didn't even know my principal's name when I was in middle school. We all felt alone. So I think it's really important to keep her. And I think there's no reason that you guys should be getting rid of her.
Hello, my name is Hedelius Loriano, and I live on 18 Union Street. Well, I'm gonna make this short because I know a lot of people want to speak, but I've known Ms Theimann for 11 years of my life, 11 years, and I'm 18, right? Yeah, okay. But when I think of her, I think of someone who like genuinely cares and someone who like truly wants the best out of her students. And when I heard she was being the principal, I was so excited. I was so happy. But it's because I thought she was gonna be my principal. But unfortunately she wasn't. But I was just very excited because I was like, oh, so there's finally gonna be like this like sense of authority in the 7th and 8th grade. Because I remember, like she said, when I was in 7th and 8th grade, I was exposed to like high schoolers, and I thought I was a high schooler. I thought I was going to be, doing the things that the high schoolers were doing. So it was just a little, tough. But I wish I could explain my appreciation and my love for her because I've known her for like all my life. But I just feel like, as the lady said, I don't know where she was, but she knows her students. She knows her kids. She knows everyone. She like, I don't think you guys understand, like, it's a mistake of like taking her off because like, I'm telling you, like, there's no way that anybody's gonna fill those shoes that she's like filled, So thank you. And yeah.
My name is Joseph Cavanita. I live on 20 Edmund Street. In the 7th grade, I plagiarized on my American essay. The essay was turned into Mr. Savino. When he found out we had to set up a Zoom meeting to discuss about this problem, currently in that situation, my grandma was suffering from a stroke. I was too lazy and too sad to even write an essay about America. Going into that Zoom, I was nervous and frightened, but when it was time to talk to Ms Theimann, it was the best thing that could have ever happened. She comforted me so much that I was able to talk to her about all my problems, literally everything. I was so comforted and I felt the best thing ever. The next day after I talked with her, I had so much, No, I'm not here to talk about the essay. I'm here to talk about how great Ms Theimann is. How great I feel every morning hearing, "Hey, Cabanita," every morning I walk through those doors. How great to feel strong to talk to Ms Theimann about issues on the school and my own. She has done everything to make me feel comforted and everything I know to make my friends comforted. She's helped me with everything, even with my own mental problems and kids like me that are not always mentally stable. They need Ms Theimann because Ms Theimann helps with a lot of that. It helped me a lot. And I would have failed the first marking period of the 7th grade if it wasn't for her. Thank you so much for listening. We love you, Ms Theimann.
Hello, my name is Preston Brady, and Miss Theimann has been very close to me throughout my whole life. She has been one of the only people who I feel like I can go to about my problems, and she will be there to listen and help me. Throughout my whole life through elementary school, I struggled. I wasn't the best when it came to doing my work on time, doing my tests, studying. I didn't like it, but as soon as I got to Miss Theimann, having her as my teacher, she started me on the right path. She started me on the path I am on today of being an honor roll student, studying, actually doing what I'm supposed to. And if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be where I am right now, academically or physically, without her. Miss Theimann, we love you. Thank you for being our principal.
Hello, everyone.
Ms Theimann was my second grade teacher and became my middle school principal for 2 years. But she hasn't just been a principal or a teacher. She has been such a good friend. I want to start off with how caring, loving, and friendly she is, not just to me, but just to everybody. In elementary school, there might might not have been some times when I got in trouble, and she has always been there for me whenever I needed her. She would sit there and talk to me and help me with the situation I was in. She was the best principal and friend I've ever had, and many people could agree with me. Getting close to Ms Theimann made me realize how well she treated me. She treated me as her son. I want her to stay as principal for the middle school because it won't feel the same not greeting her in the morning every day. She is so nice and considerate that she thought about the 6th grade losing our field trip due to COVID. So she went out of her way making a field trip for 8th grade to Six Flags. I hope in the future every student gets to experience the kindness of our middle school principal, Ms Theimann. And I would like how Ms Theimann always pushed me to do better and be better. Well, not only for me, but for the whole middle school. There's no reason to not have a middle school principal. She makes the whole middle school grade in shape. If we lose her, I guarantee the whole middle school will not function the same. Losing her is like your best friend moving to a different town. I just don't understand why you would want to take out such a principal like her. If anything happens to Ms. Theimann, I just want to thank you for everything you did for me, for this town, and for the school. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alana. So I'm here to talk about Ms. Theimann. It's for her. Like she was my principal last year, and this year, I do speak to my principal, but not as much as I speak to Ms. Theimann. She's always there for me when I'm upset. There goes Ms. Theimann. Are you okay, Alana? Are you okay? You're doing your work. She's always speaking to me. She makes me happy. She's the best thing that ever happened in the school. She's just a special person to me. And every day I see her, I call her my best friend. Like she's someone I really trust when I talk to. I'm always like, hey, Bessie, how was your day? And just someone I really trust, and that's someone I can like tell to her anything. And when I'm like struggling in school, she's always like, hey, come on, Alana, you got this. Don't give up. You're the best. Come on, go to track. You got this. And I feel like that if you take her out, that's not smart at all. Like that is not smart. That is no, not at all. So I feel like you should keep her. And she's the best middle school principal. Like she does her job. And I'm telling you now, keep her. Okay? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Abigail Liriano, and I wrote this on my notes because I get nervous, but I've known Ms. Theimann for most of my life, literally since I was maybe 4 years old. When my brother was in 2nd grade, I remember walking up to her every day after school, and she always received me with the biggest hug, a hug that felt so genuine and caring. And that is exactly what she is. She has shown me that I matter and that I'm always going to be heard. As a principal, I feel like we don't only need someone to put order, but someone who makes us feel safe. And she does just that. Anytime that I'm falling out of line, she makes sure that I stay on the right track. Anytime I feel sad, she's always there. It would be a shame to see someone who cares so much for their students go and nobody could fill the shoes she fills. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Ressia, and I've known Ms. Theimann since I was I don't even know, but it was a long time. And she taught all my siblings, and every single one of my siblings always loved her. Ms. Theimann was always there for me anytime I would struggle in school or anything in my life. And I feel like when I first came to the school, I didn't know what I was gonna expect. And she just she guided me through the school and taught me the ways. And like kids from elementary school coming here will never get that experience if she's not here anymore. And I think that they deserve that, and everyone in the middle school deserves Ms. Theimann.
Hi, my name's Jaden Ratio. I'm a senior right now in the high school, but I've known Ms. Theimann for a while because she taught elementary and she taught all my siblings. And when I was in 7th grade, I wasn't lucky enough to have a middle school principal. And honestly, I didn't even know who the principal was at the time throughout 7th and 8th grade, which shows a lot because one person can't meet all the needs of all the children in the school, 7th through 12th grade, like many of us have said. And I've seen her help my brother struggle through the pandemic. She was offered this position during like the hardest time ever. And it was hard for many of us, like with stuff at home and everything, and she was still able to do it and meet everyone's needs. And I just think that she's needed very much in the school. One principal isn't enough for everyone. And the middle schoolers like need her. Like they need Ms. Theimann, like no one else too. So yeah. I am here to speak for Ms. Theimann. Without her, my grades would have dropped, and I didn't even feel safe to come to this school knowing I will be in with 12th graders. When I came to the school knowing that Ms. Theimann will always be here for me and I will always support me, I actually felt excited for this school. I don't know what I would do without her hearing all my life problems. I know I will always be a little dramatic. We have our conversations every day inside and outside of school. She cares for me and makes me actually feel safe. I am always able to go and speak to her about little things. I do not think you should remove her from this middle school principal and say, without her, you don't know what you would do and wouldn't know how to control my anxiety.
Okay. And I just want to say something. You guys are saying that Ms. Cavins can handle the high school and the middle school, but after all these speeches from the students and the high schoolers, it seems that Ms. Theimann has been doing a better job with the middle schoolers and high schoolers combined than Ms. Cavins has. So just saying.
Can I just make a quick comment? It's really not easy being up here, but it's really incredible hearing those kids speak. Kudos to all the parents, not just for what the kids said, but the way they said it. It is a testament to Ms. Theimann. It's a testament to the parents and the teachers of this district. I'm very moved by them being here.
Leslie, can you hear us?
Hi, sorry. Leslie Gottlieb, 464A Liberty Street, apartment 102, Little Ferry, New Jersey. Although as a Little Ferry resident, my son did not have the experience of going through 7th and 8th grade in Ridgefield Park, I got to know her through the fact that I was on PTA as an officer my son's senior year. I could see how tremendously warm and caring she was to the middle schoolers in a very rough time as she would lay out the plans. My son told me that she would go to the high school classes. He actually knew her. He saw her more than Mr. Koenig at that time, actually. So that was kind of interesting. And I really think it's a shame to Ridgefield Park to defund the position and keep the person who is clearly the best person around for that job. It would be quite a job for Ms. Cavens to pick up the other 2 grades. She may be qualified for it, but it's not easy. I know Ms. Theimann has also discussed with Little Ferry some of the transition planning for the incoming 9th graders, which is a big deal when they come over. You know, my son went through that. And I think Ridgefield Park, I'm saying it even if I'm not a resident, and even though I'm a member of the Board of Ed of Little Ferry, I think Ridgefield Park is making a mistake, that she needs to stay and the position needs to stay. And the early childhood stuff should stay in the planning stages. You don't need to go ahead right now. I really think you need to rethink that. It's a great goal, but I think you're making the wrong move at this time. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Denise Santana Morales and I live in 101 Hobart Street. I wanted to comment on one of the items listed on the revenue. Is that something I can comment now or do I need to wait until later?
No, you can comment on that.
Okay, so as you all saw, our taxes are definitely a pain point for us since our taxes are so high. I am always one that is interested in bringing in money to the school, but perhaps in different ways. What caught my interest was the line item that said interest. Well, I guess I used the same word. Let me see if I took a picture of it. The line item that said interest income, which was at $14,350. I'm interested to know where that specifically comes from because I'm certain that other residents would love to see a couple of zeros added into that so that our taxes don't continue to go up.
That's interest income from a bank.
Okay, so how I understand that banks give interest, but how much money is currently in that bank account that is producing the $14,000? And is there a way that we can perhaps increase that amount of interest to benefit us as a community?
The tax levy is, it is distributed monthly, and I'm not really sure how your taxes would work in conjunction with the interest income. That's something that probably has to go through the tax assessor's office. I'm really not sure how that would work.
Okay, so I just want to echo it back because like I said, I'm extremely interested in finding additional ways of the school receiving income that doesn't require our taxes going up. So what you're saying is that I would have to get in contact with the town specifically for that?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that interest income is just money that you earn on a bank account. And I don't know that it would ever be significant enough to be able to, replace tax monies.
Okay, so I'm not thinking of it. I mean, that would be a dream if it could replace it. I'm just curious I just wanted to dig a little deeper into there because I'm sure, again, many residents would agree that if we could find an additional way of bringing in revenue to our community, even if it was, maybe this is not the way through this interest format, but perhaps if there's an additional way that we can bring in income, we would all benefit. The residents would all be happier because our taxes wouldn't go up. The school would have additional money and our kids could get whatever they needed funding. So that's why I was curious about that. But are you sharing with me that the school district does not have access to the bank account that is creating the interest?
Oh, of course it does.
Okay, so when you share with me that the town would know better Could you elaborate on that for me? Or maybe
just saying-
I'm misunderstanding.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know how interest income on a bank account would impact your property taxes.
So how much money is in the bank account that produced that interest? Or you don't have that available at the moment?
I don't have that information available, but the entire general fund is put into the bank account.
So when you say the entire general amount, can you give me a ballpark, please?
$49 million is put in over the year.
Okay, and then it only produces $14,000 in interest?
Well, I'm going to have to look into this and I will get back to you with this information.
Okay, all right. If you would prefer for me to get in contact with you directly, I'm totally okay with that. I'm sure I wouldn't be the only resident interested to see if we can make that a little higher. That's all. Okay. Thank you, everybody. That's all.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Suhani Perez Sadler, 139 Overpeck Avenue. I'm asking for extended time because two of my children are in middle school and they also want to speak on resolution 223. Malik, you would like to get started?
I would like to address the issue of our middle school principal, Ms Theimann. As me being a seventh grader especially, she really helped me to transition into now being in the high school with all the 12th graders. And it was a really scary experience for me when I first got there, but she really eased it all. And I feel like as a principal, you need personal connections with each of the different kids. And when there's 1,200 different kids in the school, you can't do that. So we need a middle school principal and we need Ms Theimann to be that because she really is amazing. You heard it from almost everybody that spoke. She's really an amazing principal and we need her to help us really transition into adulthood.
Hi, Finn Sadler, 7th grade, 139 Overpeck Avenue. So I had actually known Ms Theimann since I was at Roosevelt when I was in elementary, because I had won a couple of spelling bees and she was the one that actually I remember Ms Theimann coming to some of my spelling bees that were 30 minutes away. She didn't even have to do that, which just shows how caring she is. Ms Theimann has always been helpful to me and other people. A couple of times I've been really sad and honestly, my first thought is, oh, let me go to Ms Theimann's office. She can help me. I go there and it doesn't matter if I'm in class crying, she'll help me. She'll calm me down. One time she even let me stay in there for an hour because I was really in distress. Ms Theimann isn't just a principal, she's a safe space and we need her here to help everybody.
So I want to add myself to the chorus of other parents, but also I'm concerned that, we're talking about cuts and the budget being important reason why this cut is happening. Yet in the report for the budget, it said that we received an increase of $1.8 million in state aid. We also received an increase back for tax levy funds. And we're also spending $35,000 already on a consultant. So what this is telling me is that we're now, as a school board and as a superintendency, pitting one school group, pre-K, which is very important, with middle schoolers. And that is a false choice. We do not need to make that, and we should not fall into that false choice. We have about 300 students in the middle school. We're saying that a potential 200 in the pre-K need an administrator. We're saying that Grant, our elementary school that has about 250 students, also requires an administrator, but yet the student enrollment of our current junior high school of 300 is not enough for an administrator. That doesn't make any sense, given all that we know around the needs of our students. Nationally, middle school students have the highest discipline issues, fights, mental health, attendance issues. We're going backwards as a district, and I hope that the Board of Education and the superintendent listens to us as community members. We are all speaking on behalf of this position, and more importantly, on behalf of Ms. Theimann. In the past, we've made several pleas that have gone unheard. This is an amazing opportunity for you to win back our trust and do right by our children, by our staff, and by your parents. So please do right. Do not get rid of this position, and do not get rid of Ms. Theimann as the principal for the junior high school. Thank you, and please take advantage of this opportunity to do right.
Can I just say something? Please? Okay. I received a letter the same time as the community received the letter, and I received it as a parent. I am an advocate for pre-K. I made the motion to do a feasibility study as soon as I got on the board. I did research. I just want to just put this on the record, and I've reached out to fellow trustees and also administration about this. New Jersey Administration Code 6A 13A 4.1 Administrative Oversight. Each district board of education shall designate an in-district administrative position to oversee the preschool program. A dedicated in-district early childhood supervisor is required at a ratio of 1 for every 750 enrolled preschool children. We need to do a feasibility study to see if we will have 750. Let me just continue. Enrolled preschool children minus those students enrolled in district standalone early childhood education buildings for school districts with fewer than 750 enrolled preschool children. And I really doubt it if Ridgefield Park is going to have 750 preschool students. The position may be combined with another in-district school administrator position with the same certification qualification required of an early childhood supervisor or as approved by department in the school district 5-year preschool program plan. What was I going to say? So I'm not sure why it went from director special to assistant director. Like, I don't know what's going on. So as a faculty and programs committee chairperson, I think that we should just table the position. Table the position, and we really need to talk about it too. Obviously, there's a need for a middle school principal there's a need. There's just a need. And I know there's a need for pre-K. And there was a need for it, and it's a state mandate. We're gonna have to have it no matter what. So, but a couple of board meetings ago, there were 3 amazing supervisors that came and did research. They went into Pagoda, they went into Hackensack, they used them as a model. And in the letter that we received as a community, made reference to Pagoda and Hackensack. I'm just wondering, do they even have a director of preschool? If we're going to use them as a model, do they even have a director? Do they have that? I know in one district they don't. So if anybody knows, does Pagoda actually and they have a well-established pre-K program. Do they even have a director or assistant director of early childhood? Use them as model. We use them in the presentation. Like,
Berlinda, I think that the number of questions that you have and the number of questions that I've written down myself is really, and no offense to the administration and to Mr. Demikoff, who've done a lot of work.
And no,
over the
they
past
have.
couple of
I'm not.
days.
Yes, of course.
I am conflicted. I'm really conflicted, not just by the voices I heard today, but by the short amount of time that I've had to digest these big moves that we're doing. And I'm okay making tough decisions and taking tough votes, but I too am very conflicted about all the moving pieces here.
So is there somehow we can, fit, I mean, if you're saying that we're eliminating the middle school position because we're having the assistant director position, and then, the state is telling us there's a plan there. The state is telling us that we can combine if we don't have, our 750 students preschool. So I think that we should just table it. I'm not sure if this is, and should just table it.
Berlinda, correct me if I'm wrong, President. She would have to make a motion to table that motion, correct?
Yes, we can actually do that during resolutions,
Yeah.
not during public comment.
Yeah, I mean.
Right.
Are
Or
we
you can
looking at,
comment
are we looking to
during
table both
resolution.
the 233
Well,
and?
let's close public comment first.
Right.
Okay.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jennifer Carrasco from 20 Elm Street. I have 3 children. One that will benefit from pre-K, and the oldest is in the middle school, and then I have one in grade school, a 6-year-old. I don't know if I'm following, but I do have a question regarding the universal pre-K. The plan that was created with the presentation and everything, those funds, have those funds been requested already to the state? Can anybody answer?
Oh, no, this is why we're actually hiring a consultant.
Oh, so you first have to hire a consultant and then request the funds from the state. So is this plan for this upcoming year, 2022, 2023?
I think the forecast is to have it in place by January.
So I guess it's not gonna start this year, 2020, like September.
No, ma'am.
Okay, because from the news and what I'm hearing is that the funds for the universal pre-K, they have been already distributed to for around, I think, 17 districts already. They have received, if I'm not mistaken, the governor announced that they gave 17 million in funds to bring high quality pre-K to 19 or more school districts. So we're not part of this universal pre-K that the Governor Murphy had announced, right? So is there other funds that we have to request?
Not this go around. We did not make that deadline.
I'm sorry?
Not this go around. And with the funds that Governor Murphy had announced, it would be, we would have to apply for it and hoping to get it in the next go around.
Is there a deadline where you have to propose and request these funds by?
Yes, yes.
Do you can you tell me what is the deadline?
So they have not announced the deadlines yet, and that's, again, one of the reasons that we are putting a motion on the agenda tonight for the consultant, who will stay on top of those deadlines, make sure that we conform to the submissions, and then have it in, hopefully in that timely fashion, for the January opening.
So correct me if I'm wrong, the deadline for the upcoming school year, we're too late for that.
The deadline for September, that is
Right.
correct, yes.
We're too late for that. Is there a reason why we didn't request the funds and hire a consultant so we can meet that deadline for this September? Because I know we started early last year with the surveys, and like you said, like I think 200 people responded to the service, and there was a need for pre-K. So is there a reason why we didn't submit this plan for this upcoming year?
It's an excellent point, and I absolutely agree. And that's why we need somebody like a consultant hired to file this paperwork for it. We didn't have anybody to do it.
So you're saying that the 17 districts that receive the funding have a consultant? Can we share consultants, or does it have to be a consultant, or can somebody else in the district submit this paperwork? Does it have to be like a licensed consultant? Does it have to have a criteria? Because I feel like if we started the work and sending out surveys and putting this plan together, we can just submit this plan to the state so we can get those funds. Like, does it have to be a criteria of who sends this plan?
I love the way you phrase it, and I wish it were that easy. In consultation with the Executive County Superintendent and Mr. Demikoff, and many discussions about what's actually included in the complicated grant submission, we are hiring a consultant from another district who was successful at completing the grant and submitting it so that they could open a pre-K. We don't have that expertise in district. Nor do we have anybody who has availability of time to do that.
Okay. It's just concerning to me that we don't have anybody that has the time to submit this paperwork or review, what's needed to request this funds, because we are really, losing time when it comes to submitting the paperwork for, you're saying that there's a need for pre-K, but then we're not being proactive and submitting and hiring the right people to get these funds. These funds are available, and now 17 districts of New Jersey received the amount of money I told you, $17 million to start this high quality pre-K. You know what I mean? So is this something that they're going to provide every year, or we lost it? Because I see here from Bergen County, Palisades Park received $823,000 already. And I see other districts that they have received money as well. And I know I think the previous lady has said that you need like 700 preschoolers. I don't think that's accurate, because every town is different in size, and there has to be a percentage when it comes to this. Also, I don't know if I'm running out of time. Oh no, I have a minute left. Because I also have a child in the middle school who just entered 7th grade, and I was going to say something about Ms Theimann. She really is proactive when it comes to solving issues when it comes to the middle schoolers. I had an incident with my son, and I didn't know what to do at the time, and I just submitted an email, and she immediately called me. She called my cell phone. I didn't have to leave work. She was on it. She paid attention to it. She was attentive. She calmed my son down. She spoke to my son, and because of this attention she provided, the situation did not escalate. So we need a principal, and I'm sure she'll be great in any position you put her. She could be a preschooler, she could be a teacher, but as you can see by and hear from the comments from the students and other parents, there's been success stories every day because of her. So I think we need her, and we need somebody. We don't only need her, but we need more support in the middle school, especially now that our children there's mental health issues going around. There's other issues. We are growing as a society and as humans, and there's more issues, bigger issues that are coming around. We need more social workers, we need more counselors, and we need more people like her to support our children and guide them in the right direction. And that's it, I'm done.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rosa Ureña, 43 Arthur Street, and I'm going to take my 5 minutes because I did put my time in here. And I guess my concern and what I want to voice is to the board, the concern and what I came here today to voice as a resident of Ridgefield Park, as my one child is in the middle school, and as my compromise as a resident of Ridgefield Park, paying my dues to ensure that we as a community, excel and maintain, provide our children the opportunity to excel. And we elect you to oversee, and on behalf of the constituency that is here, that was here, and that is on Zoom, to speak on our behalf, to watch our interests. And it's a very, very complex deal, right? All of us have different needs and different opinions. But what shows up here today, it is a living proof that the plan, and a fellow resident actually really directed to a very key point. What was the plan going in whenever was decided that the position, let's pick the position of principal of the middle school, to mitigate the challenges of bringing a model of high school and middle schooler at the most dangerous age of a child development? You said, Dr. Haines, that you were a 7th and 8th grade teacher and you remember those days. The most dangerous bridge of a child development is at that age. And we as a community agree. We say, you know what? It is what it is. We don't have the space at the elementary school. We don't have the capacity. We mitigate it and we'll put it here. But then, brilliantly enough, and after this world, the 21st century had the worst pandemic ever remembered by the people that are alive, okay? In the aftermath of that, 2 years consecutively, the best decision that was made by this board, by this town, was to have a middle school, dedicated middle school principal just to attend the kids. And the greatest piece of that was the transition. That woman, that professional knows these children. And let me tell you, she was not Evan Fanara's teacher, but she knew Evan Fanara for her interaction with every child at Lincoln School that came through the ranks, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 5th, and 6th. So when we look at a model that is working, and you see the outcome, the constituency, the community, 10:30 to 9, and we're still here. That speaks to you all to say, wow, maybe we need to reconsider. Maybe there is something positive about it. And why are we going to abandon the children that through the pandemic suffered the most? And those are the one we're going to shortchange. And one of them is mom. And I'm telling you, I'm here for all of them and for everyone. And I believe in preschool. I agree with you 100%. But like somebody else before, we can't change, make decision. What data, what outcome do you have to say, you know what, 8 months has passed by, Ms Theimann, the best way to do is let's remove her, let's put somebody else on the basis of what? Give an opportunity to see if it is work or didn't work. Allow us to show that there is actually some benefit to this, and then maybe the next move, whether it's an assistant principal, director, you name it, can be of a better, with better result, with better understanding, because you have fact, data. Nobody makes, unless you don't have a plan, you can quantify outcomes. This is business. And ladies and gentlemen, you are elected by us on the basis that we believe that you have our back, that you see our needs, that you will speak for us, and that we feel that you are competitive enough to make the decisions that collectively will meet us at a compromise for the best of the residents, the children, especially you, is about the children. You need to stand for us, not against us, okay? Because at the end of the day, if you stand against us, at the end of the day, the community will win, right? Because right now we mobilize each other in the last 48 hours to come here to tell you it is not to threat you guys. It is not a threat. It is listen to us. Listen to us. We wouldn't come out here, come out of work 10:30 at night, just to make a show. It's because it means something. Don't destroy and mess up what at least is working, which is mitigating the aftermath of what has almost destroyed this world, and then using our children as the guinea pig in the process. Come on, please. Please, I ask of you, allow it to grow, and then give it a year, give it two. Give her also a year or two to really prove that she has or doesn't have. What are the criteria by which we're making choices and decisions in here? On the basis of what? We need pre-K, but yes, also in life, it's not about what I need. What resources do I have and what do I need to do strategically in order to achieve it? Not at a cost of somebody else. Not shortchanging my child. I tell you that much. That's why I'm here. That is why I'm here at this time. Shame on me for not being at every single board meeting on and off. I will be at every single board meeting from here forward, because obviously I'm not going to wait until somebody else is going to use my child to step on for something else, for whatever ambitions one has. You got to stay with this. You got to allow her to develop. You got to allow her to deliver. Allow her to prove, to really, whatever the plan was, allow her to finish it. In the meantime, mitigate and compromise as to what's next, what's best to expand, to outreach, to be more efficient. But at this time, that's efficiency. That's working. That's mitigating the challenges that we have once and that we can foresee to have if we don't have her. Please. Thank you.
She's hard to follow. Francine Orvis for Pershing Court. So a lot of this has been said tonight, but for years, the parents of this district have said we needed a high school principal and a middle school principal, sorry. And finally, 2 years ago, that happened. It was too late for a lot of our children, including my son. But don't worry, because they all got to know Ms. Theimann, because she knows every kid. Ms. Theimann has brought compassion and support to our middle school and also to our high schoolers. It's scary to send our children into this school when they are just starting 7th grade. It's a whole new world for them. And finally, after many years, they had someone in their corner who was looking out for them specifically. This made the children and the parents more at ease on sending them down the hill. I may no longer have a middle schooler, but I remember the fear and concern as if it was yesterday. And I wish that she was there when my son came down in 7th grade. My son is no longer in this school, but he is still part of this district. When he was here, he considered Ms. Theimann as his safe person. He's said that many times. He always knew that he could go to her no matter what, and she would listen. She may not have always had the answer he wanted to hear, but he respected her enough to take her advice. And if he just needed a quiet place, he was always welcome in her office. I may not know Ms. Theimann as long as many of the other families here, but in the few years that I have known her, she has earned my respect and support. I feel removing the position of middle school principal and Ms. Theimann is a travesty to our district and an injustice to our students. I implore all of you to please vote no if this resolution is tabled tonight or not, to removing this position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather Coleman Otuyalu, 27 Gordon Street. I'm going to keep it brief. I know it's late. And honestly, most of what I wanted to say was so eloquently told to us by the students, because they're here with her, Ms. Theimann, every day. We send our students here to learn, and we want them to be safe. Children will not learn well in an environment that they don't feel safe in. My mother was a teacher for 25 years, and she said children crave structure. Ms. Theimann has provided that structure to our middle school students. I've lived here for over 8 years, and when we first moved here for my daughter to start kindergarten, the parents of this town were saying how they had wished that the middle school and the high school been separated. They were fearful of their middle school students coming over to a school with high schoolers. I had that same fear. I thought about removing my child from this system. But because I believe in public school education and the education that my tax dollars is paying for, I stuck it out. When we heard that Ms. Theimann was going to be the middle school principal, we were excited. I was excited for this town. I've known her since my daughter was in kindergarten at Lincoln. I knew what the parents were about to get. They were going to get a dedicated administrator who was going to know every child that walked through her door. She didn't care if they came from Lincoln, Grant, Roosevelt, or from another town. It doesn't matter to her. She's going to work hard for every kid, no matter who they are or who their parents are. That's who she is. She protects them on a daily basis, and she gives them a sense of pride here as middle school students in this large junior, senior high school. She attends every event possible that they are a part of outside of school. She constantly posts on Instagram how proud she is of her students. I can still remember to this day, and I am 46 years old, the teachers and the administrators that showed that kind of pride in my school when I was growing up. It makes a difference. Those are the intangibles that we don't see on paper and in data. Those are the things that we don't hear in board meetings often enough. Those are the things that I see in my child's face on a daily basis when she comes home with a smile every day. She has enjoyed her middle school experience, and my son is about to walk through these doors next year. I owe it to him as his mother to make sure he has that same experience. So I ask you to please not make the reckless mistake of removing Diane Theimann as the middle school principal. We need her here for these kids and for our future. Thank you.
I'll bring this down, I'm quite short. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Lori Pasiak. I live at 15 Webster Street. Ms. Theimann has meant a lot to our kids, especially my son. He was going to fail out of 7th grade without her help in pushing him, because, you know, what 13-year-old listens to their mother, but they will listen to their principal. And she helped me get him back on track. I wasn't going to bring him to 7th grade. Because the schools are together, I was going to pull him out. I didn't care if I had to homeschool him. I was not going to put him in a school where there were older kids, 9 through 12. I'm just not comfortable with that. But then they announced Ms. Theimann was going to be principal, and I said, okay, let me give this a try, because I have a full-time job, so homeschooling would be really hard. And it worked out really, really well. And so I really implore you to keep the middle school principal position. It's a very, very delicate age. I only have the one son, so some of you have more than one. So I don't know how you go through this over and over again. It's hard. And to have somebody, a resource like Ms. Theimann, it was a godsend. And one thing more, we could save some money. Sorry to put this out there with all due respect, Dr. Haines, if we got rid of the interim superintendent position and put Dr. Bender back where she belongs.
For the purpose of transparency, we're going to take the last 3 individuals standing and close out the.
Good evening, Jay Sean Sadler, 139 Overpeck Avenue. Good evening. So first and foremost, I'd just like to state that in my opinion, it is imperative that we keep the position for sure of a middle school principal. That goes without saying. I don't want to repeat everything that folks have said already, but I can't overstate that enough. Specific to Ms. Theimann, There really aren't words to suffice to fully express just how much she's meant to my children, just as much she's meant to myself. And I think I can speak for my wife as well as parents, to have someone there in the school that we can count on, someone who has been there for us, picking up the phone and calling us directly, incredibly responsive. She has been amazing, and there's no way I can possibly thank her enough. So thank you, Mrs. Theimann. Appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. My family appreciates you, and we recognize all of the amazing work you've done. I think sitting here tonight, it's amazing to see just how special she's made so many people feel. For my own experience with Ms. Theimann, it kind of makes you feel as though you're special, like you're the only family that gets this kind of special treatment. But it seems like she's managed to make everyone feel that way. Everyone that's come up here has expressed that they feel, like they have a special place in this building because of, her work here. So I really implore you to please listen to this community and, keep the position first and foremost, of course, but also we want Ms. Theimann here in that position. My previous experiences, I remember being here and we had so many people come out in support of Dr. Bender. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Brenda's presence here. And it's my understanding, I could be wrong about this, but Dr. Bender was very influential in getting Ms. Theimann, to be here in that position in the first place. So I do want to thank and recognize Dr. Bender for that. So we already have had an experience where the community overwhelmingly has wanted a particular person here because we believe in that person. We see the amazing work that they're doing and we were not listened to. And I just hope that the same is not true with Ms. Theimann. And if it is, we will continue fighting. You can be assured of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing? My name is Jessica Johnson. I'm at 80 Gordon Street. I'm going to start out with something I've said before, and I'll say it again. I am here as a concerned citizen. I have no skin in this game. I have no kids in this school district. I have never met Ms. Theimann ever before in my life.
You do pay taxes. You got a little skin.
I do pay my taxes. I pay my taxes very religiously. But here's the thing. This community does not come together and band together around a whole lot. I don't know my neighbors from Adam. I've learned about more people that live on my street in these board meetings than I've ever actually met in walking down the street. There is two things that I have seen that have brought this town together. One was when everyone rallied around Dr. Bender, and the second time is when everyone is rallying around Ms. Theimann. And my question is very simply this. Is this board going to make it a habit that at the end of every school year, they find the single administrator who is doing their job well and let them go? Because this is a habit. This is round 2 of the end of a school year, and you're saying, you know what? You're doing a good job. See you later. That's a problem. Our kids need consistency, and they need administrators who lead. And more specifically, the girls in this school district need women who lead. I don't know the reason why you're letting her go. Whatever it is, it's not worth the cost.
Hey, good evening.
Hi, Diana Brontes, 61 Mount Vernon Street. I wasn't going to speak today because I know my emotions will get the best of me. But truth be told, my children are my life. And if I don't stand up here for them, who will? But first, Dr. Bender, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, you saved my son last year, and when no one else would listen, and I can't thank you enough for listening and taking action and putting my baby where he belonged within 1 week of reaching out to you. So thank you. Now, on to Ms. Theimann. I have 2 children with an IEP. My oldest son started the 7th grade. When I knew Ms. Theimann would be here, I was so happy. He never had Ms. Theimann as his homeroom teacher, but he did interact with her. And I was happy that he had a familiar face. I was happy that I had a familiar face. I was happy that I knew I had someone I could come to. if there were any issues with my son. In the beginning of the year, the guidance counselor, Ms. Pinto, had some interaction with my son. Now, as a guidance counselor, you would expect she would know my child, or at least open his file and read it and see that he has an IEP and understand why he has an IEP. So when my son didn't act the way that he should have acted, instead of her realizing that it could have been because of his learning disability, she yelled at my child. So then I went to Ms. Theimann, and Ms. Theimann did everything she could in her power to make sure that my son felt safe, that my son could always go to her, that my son did not have to go to his guidance counselor, the one person that he should be able to go to, the one person I should be able to go to. Instead, we have to go to a principal. Now, if her job is eliminated, who does my son go to when he has an issue? Because it's clear that Ms. Pinto is not the one he can trust, because she lost his trust in the beginning of the year. Now, without going further and wasting more time, Monday, my son was having so much anxiety over testing over the weekend. I emailed Ms. Theimann. Within minutes, she not only emailed me back on how he was doing, she called me and left me a voicemail, letting me know she checked on him, letting me know that she told him if he needed to take a break, he could take a break. I can't count on how, I lost count on the amount of times I've had to call Ms. Theimann with concerns with my son coming home saying that there's fights every single day. I have yelled at Ms. Theimann, which I'm not proud of, but my emotions were just so strong over what I'm hearing and what my son is being exposed to. And Ms. Theimann still always spoke to me with respect and handled the situation the way it should be, professionally, and took action. So to hear that now she won't be here and that one person is going to be in charge of 6 grades, over 2,000 students, like that's ridiculous. Like what is the reasoning behind this? Like where is the data on why her position is being eliminated and she's being removed, when it's clear that all the parents standing here today, children, want her here and need her here. She's made an impact on so many lives. Why are we removing her? Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our citizens' comments on agenda items. Moving on to resolutions. I'd like to move forward to faculty and programs. Trustee Berlinda Rodgriguez.
So Berlinda, we do need a motion to rescind FP 122, which will be replaced in new business.
I make a motion to rescind FP 122.
Second it.
I'm going to take the vote on rescinding resolution 122. Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Cathcart, Mr. Fytros. Oh, he doesn't vote. Okay. Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Mrs. McNeil,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez, Mrs. Orth,
Yes.
Mr. Verselli,
Yes.
and President Fernandez.
Yes. Trustee Rodriguez.
Okay. I so move FP 118 through FP 121.
I second it.
Are there any questions on FP 118 to FP 121? Seeing none?
Wait, hold on.
Miss-
No,
Hold on.
No, wait, hold on one
There's a
second. There's a
FP
one.
123.
Yes. So it's 120, so it's FP, I so move FP 118 through 123.
I still second it.
Well, 122 is, right, so it's 118 to 121.
Okay, 118 through 121 and then FP
123.
123.
Correct. Do I have a second on that?
I second.
You did. Are there any questions on FP 118 to FP 121 and FP 123? Seeing none, Mrs. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Cathcart?
Yeah.
Mr. Fytros?
Yes.
Mr. Gomes?
Yes.
Mrs. McNeil?
Yes.
Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Orth?
Yes.
Mr. Vasselli?
Yes.
And President Fernandez?
Yes. Finance and Insurance, Trustee Bernard Gomes, please.
I so move FI 230 to 253.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Are there any questions on FI 230?
I have a couple of comments on the FI section. Just want to acknowledge Mr. Rafferty, who made some comments earlier in the public section. Want him to recognize that FI 249 is the auditor for transportation. So we definitely did hear the public and are having someone come in to take a look at our operation to make sure that it is in fact effective and efficient. And FI 248, the early childhood consultant, ties in my opinion, to the P225 job description. The early childhood consultant is, I think, appropriate for us to understand what the plan is for universal pre-K, and we need a plan in order to go forward and actually pursue that.
Thank you, Mrs. McNeil. Are there any questions on FI 230 to FI 253? Seeing none, Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Mr. Vasselli,
Yes.
Mr. Fytros, you have to abstain on 242, 244, 248, 252, and 253.
All right. Yes to all the others.
Mrs. McNeil,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Orth,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
I abstain on FI 234. Yes to all.
okay. Mr. Cathcart,
Yes to all, but I'll be abstaining on 234.
okay. And President Fernandez.
Yes to all, and thank you for putting action plan on FI 246 and 249. Okay, I'd like to move forward consent agenda CR 34, 35, and 36.
I second it.
Are there any on CR 34 to CR 36? Seeing none, President Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Cathcart,
Yes.
Mr. Fytros, you need to abstain on 35 and 36, but you can vote on 34.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Mrs. McNeil,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Orth,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Mr. Vasselli.
Yes.
Trustee Verselli, do you mind passing on personnel?
Could I, sorry, Mr. Verselli, P211 also needs to be rescinded. Yes, I'm sorry. We need a motion to rescind P211.
Make a motion to rescind to P221.
I second it.
211? Apologies, 211.
I still second it.
Are there any questions in personnel resolution 207 to P24, with the exception of 211 being rescinded. Seeing none,
Sorry.
I do, I'm so sorry, did you say?
On rescinding or the whole, I'm confused.
Rescinding.
Rescinding, got it.
rescinding.
Just 211, right?
Thank you.
Mr. Vasselli,
So P 207 to 210 and P 212 to 224. I
Correct.
so move.
Second.
okay, if there are no
Don't we
questions,
have to vote on the
Yes.
motion to rescind first?
Well, I think we're voting on the rescinding first.
Rescind 211.
Apologies. Yes on P 211 rescinding.
okay, in a second on that. Okay. Okay, voting on to rescind 211. Mr. Vasselli,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Fytros, you need to abstain on that. Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Mrs. McNeil,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Orth,
Yes.
Mr. Cathcart,
Yes.
and President Fernandez.
Yes.
Okay, now we'll move on to the resolutions 207 to 210 and 212 to 224.
P 207 to 210 and P 212 to 224. I so move.
Second.
So I have a comment that I would like to make. First, I want to echo Dr. Martinez's thanks to all of the community members that came out, including the children, the students in our district that spoke earlier. Some of the parents who came out, I would love to see you, in July to come onto the board. The P223, Dr. Haines, if you could clarify, because my understanding is that we are riffing the principal position, and this is not the person. Everyone has spoken about Ms. Theimann. And the reason I understand it is we are riffing the principal position because since it is one building and the principal role is more than just the student interaction, but it is overall building responsibility, shared, teachers that teach classes in 7 through 12. So setting the unified vision for the building is really the reason that we are being asked to riff the middle school principal position. So I would just like some clarification on that. And with that being said, I do recognize the request and the need to have dedicated administration for 7th and 8th grade. And I would like to know what Ms. Cavins, who is the building principal, what her recommendation is, and the potential for an add back of what one of the parents spoke about, a dean of the 7th and 8th grade, and or an assistant principal for the 7th and 8th grade, but someone who can dedicate, someone potentially Ms. Theimann, who could dedicate themselves to those children and the needs that they have without being two principals in one building, because that makes it challenging to set a unified vision. So Dr. Haines, can you speak to that, please?
So, Mrs. McNeil, I think you phrased it really well. I think go back to the beginning of my presentation when I spoke of Mr. Demikoff and Mr. Delicio, the Executive County Superintendent, and myself looking at the QSAC findings and discussing the two principals. And as you just said, the findings and recommendations came up in discussions. There should be one principal. The other things that you brought up about Mrs. Cavens and her vision for 7 through 12, which is a strong vision, and the administrative team, that there is a dedicated counselor, but we are also adding the position of a social worker for 7 through 12, some of the other dedicated positions, and the team that Mrs. Cavens has put together. I felt confident is a strong team to help move the school forward in recognizing that 7th and 8th graders are unique and need special attention.
Are we considering an add back? I know that later in the agenda, and we can talk about it later in the agenda, but there's an early childhood position that we are being recommended to first adopt and second put Ms. Theimann in. But is there the opportunity to have a dean of the 7th and 8th grade? Because as you yourself said, the social worker position that we're putting in is not a dedicated person. And I think we've heard pretty clearly from I don't know how many people got up and spoke, but a significant number, that 7th and 8th grade needs some dedicated attention.
And I would agree with that also. 7th and 8th grade does need some special dedicated attention. So the recommendations are on the table for tonight. Those are my recommendations after multiple stakeholder input and after multiple discussions.
If I may say a few words, please. So I'm a little confused and perplexed by this whole process with the middle school principal. Less than 2 years ago, we rolled this out. It was a need. It was also a bridge between Little Ferry and Ridgefield Park. It was going to make sure that we aligned curriculums for students going into 9th grade so that all the kids are on the same playing field, to make sure that it improves our test scores, to make sure that kids are coming to Ridgefield Park. Because if you look at the numbers over the last 5 or 6 years, we've gone from approximately 340 students down to about 260 students. And because Little Ferry's paying tuition, it would be a positive to show kids the great things about Ridgefield Park and to get them to see what is offered and maybe have them want to come to Ridgefield Park High School as opposed to other schools within the county. So this was all rolled out. That this middle school principal was going to be the liaison between Ridgefield Park and Little Ferry to make sure that curriculums were aligned, to make sure kids were coming into Ridgefield Park, to see in the school, a bunch of different things. And now that job is not needed, which is somewhat frustrating. We used to have 2 deans of students, one from 9 to 12, the other one from 7 to 8, right? Those are also eliminated. I mean, what more are we going to take away? And then the other question becomes, who's going to fill the role at this time? I mean, this plan is to eliminate, but I don't see it backfilling the position. So are we saying that this position does not, do they not have duties that they're just going to tuck in with other people? It's very frustrating because we just rolled this out. And if this wasn't the right position to roll out 2 years ago, then the administration should have vetted it at that time and not have us make a decision, present it to the board, and we did it, and then to find out, oh, it's not allowed, which is also confusing because Little Ferry, which is less than a mile away, has 2 principals in the same building. So, I mean, I'm very confused, and as a liaison for Little Ferry, I'm very frustrated because we've worked so hard to align curriculums to get students to see the great things about Ridgefield Park. There are students graduating high school with 2-year associate degrees, like Mrs. Gottlieb's son who spoke earlier today. These are the great things. And you know what? It's going to be like it was before. It's going to fall through the cracks, and you're going to see the numbers dwindle from Little Ferry, and it's a shame. We're supposed to align curriculums, which will improve our test scores. Our test scores are horrible in high school. It's because some kids are doing U.S. history and the other kids are doing world history in 8th grade. They get to the high school and it's all confusing. This is what this job was supposed to do, and now we're eliminating it, and I don't really have a good understanding why. That's my comments. Thank you.
So, Mr. Fytros, I will echo some of the things that you just said. An agreement in our findings with QSAC as far as curriculum and testings and common assessments and those things the supervisors are working on building, and a common vision for our 7th through 12th grade students that I have spoken to Mrs. Cavins about and her team, and the confidence that I have in her team to build this. That's why the proposal's on the table.
Let's just hope that this carries through, because I'm really frustrated that you have this, but you have not laid out the subsequent backup plan. So it really is a half plan for me. So it's just not, it doesn't make sense to me, but thank you.
Can I make a comment, if you don't mind, President? I want to start off by saying to Dr. Haines and Mr. Demikoff, thank you very much. I know you guys worked tirelessly on this. As a trustee, this came down to me kind of last minute. I mean, I heard of it last week. We've gone through a number of changes with the title, the position, different reasons why we're doing it, why we're not doing it that way. And as I sit here now, it still seems overly confusing, and I listened to everyone, their comments tonight. I listened to you, Dr. Haines, listened to Mr. Demikoff, and I'm still not sold that this is, going to be a right decision for us. We're rushing this decision. We didn't have enough time for us trustees to discuss it in any of the committees, ask questions, get our answers back, and then vote on it. This is really like putting our backs against the wall and saying, make a decision now. Thank you.
Yeah, as just to bridge on what Mr. Trustee Gomes said, I pride ourselves in transparency and being vocal with all my trustee members. And I made it very, very clear to them that when the timing I was receiving of this news, which was Friday, and I didn't think the timing was right. I said, this feels rushed. We didn't pull this through our committees like we normally do. I voiced my opinion of getting in writing from the Executive County Superintendent, his recommendation. My request was denied. So I did not feel right about the situation from the get-go. And I made that very clear to all my board members, which we all know that as confusing as this may be, we're just as confused.
Okay, well, okay, we're going to take a vote on P207 to 210 and 212 to 224. We had a first with Mr. Verselli and a second with Mr. Cathcart. So Mr. Verselli?
Let me just make sure I get this right. I'm going to go yes on all, except no on 223.
Mr. Cathcart?
An abstention on 214, 216, 219, and I'll be a no on 223.
Mr. Fytros?
Excluding the ones I need to abstain from, I'm a yes to everything except 223. I'm a no.
Mr. Gomes?
I'm a no to 223, but a yes to everything else.
Mrs. McNeil?
I
am going to vote yes on all with the caveat that on 223, I do expect that we will have in the next meeting a recommendation for a replacement position for 7th and 8th grade.
You're voting yes on 223?
I am.
Dr. Martinez?
By way of procedure, Mr. Dishler, would we be able to, would I be able to make a motion now to table this?
Believe, give me a second. I believe a motion to table would take precedent over the present motion, because that would have to be decided first. So the answer is, I believe the answer is yes.
Excuse me. Listen, this has been black and white for me about 10 times for me over the past 3 days. And I did listen to the public, and I do listen to the public. And if I say that if I'm asking to table this, it's not to kick the can down the road. I need to be able to explain to myself and to be okay with every decision I've made up here. I'm comfortable with every vote that I've taken. And I'm asking for more time to think about this and to get the rationale for it. I may come back with the same decision, but what I can't do tonight is take this not understanding it fully and not feeling comfortable with it. If I'm forced to make the decision today, it's going to be a no. I would prefer for us to make a motion to table this so that we can discuss it.
I second your motion.
Excuse me, President, don't we have to vote on this now because of the time constraints? No, what I meant was the reason it's on the resolution right now is because we're facing a time constraint and we're not going to have another meeting before the decisions have to be made.
Mr. Dissler, can you weigh in on this?
Sure, I can do this here, or we can go into executive session. I'll let the board decide if they would like the invite, how they want to proceed.
I'd like to move into executive session. Make a motion that we go into executive session.
We have three different motions. Can we just get them all lined up? What we're gonna do here?
You're in the middle of a roll call.
Oh, so you can't go in. Okay.
Well, you got a motion to table, motion to go into executive session. What are we doing?
David?
So Robert's rules, I believe you would take the motion to table first.
Okay.
Because that is a proceeding motion to obviously figure out how then you're going to deal with the other motions. So if that has a second, then you'd vote on that to table it. If that's turned down, then you make the next motion. Obviously, then you go out, branch out, and then you take the motion that's been previously voted upon.
Okay, so the first motion had a second, Mrs. Orr. Well, you need to call.
I'm going to call the roll for tabling 223. Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Orth?
Yes.
Mr. Fytros?
My answer is not gonna change, no.
Mr. Gomes?
No.
Mrs. McNeil?
No.
Dr. Martinez?
Voted already, no?
Vote twice.
2 votes, let me know.
Yeah, we're not.
Mrs. Rodriguez?
No.
Mr. Verselli?
No.
Mr. Cathcart?
No.
And President Fernandez?
No.
Motion to table did not pass.
So now I believe there's still an outstanding motion that needs to be voted upon.
I withdraw my motion to go to exec session. I was going there just for clarification on Robert's rules. So I withdraw that motion. I think we just have to finish the rest of the roll, right?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Neal, that's the vote I was referring to. The vote on D223 and the rest of the motions. That's the outstanding
Right.
motion.
Right, I don't believe it was ever seconded, though.
We went through
Yeah, it
roll
was.
up to
Yeah,
me.
we went through,
and
yeah.
Got to Ricardo.
Yeah, we never second that executive session request.
Yeah, that's not the motion. It's the motion's
Okay,
the
perfect.
the
So
agenda
we'll
items
move back
themselves.
into roll call.
Yeah.
Back on the agenda, please.
All right, so we're taking the vote on 207 to 210. 223 is tabled and
No,
it's,
223 is not
No,
tabled.
no. 211.
No,
I'm exhausted. I've been,
We're up to Ricardo.
I was up to vote. I was up to vote.
no, okay, so it's no on 223. I'm sorry.
Yes. I was up to vote, and so mine would be yes to all except 223, which I say no.
207 to 210 and 212 to 224 without 223. Okay. And who was the first on that?
Mr. Verselli.
Sally, then I think it was,
I second it.
Mr. Cathcart, okay. Mr. Verselli?
I gotta vote it already, right?
Yes,
So I'll just say it again. You guys are really confusing me. I had to split up the Ps. And so I'll say yes to all, no to P223.
Mr. Cathcart?
219, and I'm a no on 223.
Mr. Gomes?
I'm a no on 223, yes to everything else.
Mrs. McNeil?
I'm a yes.
Dr. Martinez?
I wanted to give the administration as much time to convince me as possible, but if this is going to go through tonight, I have to be a no on 223 and a yes on the rest of them.
Mrs. Orth?
I'm a yes to all except for 223.
Mrs. Rodriguez?
A yes to all except for 223 no.
And President Fernandez?
yes to all with the exception of 223. I'm a no.
Mrs. Grabstein, can I vote?
Mr. Fytros?
Yeah. Yes to everything that I have to, outside the ones I have to abstain to, and then no to 223.
Mr. President, I have a statement to make.
Go right ahead, sir.
As a state monitor, I am legally mandated to oversee the fiscal management and expenditures of school district funds and to oversee all district staffing, including the ability to hire, promote, and terminate employees as stated in NJSA 18A:7A-55, Section B. As a result of discussions with the interim executive county superintendent for Bergen County regarding a middle school principal for Ridgefield Park, and in recognition of a May 15th deadline by statute for a decision on reappointment of this position, and in support of the resolution recommended by the acting superintendent, and in accordance with the authority granted to a state monitor pursuant to Title 18A:7A-55, I hereby overturn the action of the board and approve Resolution P223.
Yep. All right. Moving on to citizens' comment on off-agenda items.
George, you might want to see if somebody needs a break. Carrie, you need a break?
Okay, I'm
All
sorry.
right, take a 10-minute break.
10-minute break for everybody, please.
Yes, nice to meet you. Yes. How are you? Thank you for your reply. No, no. I'm about to raise hell, and I'm gonna stand here till I can. Like heck. I really, I know my stuff. I know my stuff, so I have no choice now but to sit here and.
I mean, I will say, I haven't always agreed with your masks.
I don't need everybody to
Right?
agree with me.
I haven't always agreed with that, but we're way beyond this.
People forget so quickly. Once they get left behind, they get screwed left and right still. We forgot all about it now, and this is exactly what happens. The special needs of her class. You've been in quarantine more than you've been in school. There's a kid in my class whose mother was beyond tears last night on the phone with me because she said, wait, they just said he has to quarantine. He's already in quarantine. She's He's never in school. Never forgotten, completely forgotten. We just want to test them. I'm willing to test her every single day so she can come back. She's perfectly healthy. Why? Because she's not vaccinated. If she was vaccinated, she would come back. She's not allowed to. You're not required. She has a religious exemption to boot. So this is called discrimination, actually. There's side checks. I thought we were fair and equal and but this is fun. This is fun wasting a whole night for
don't think I can do that.
Hello?
Somebody's saying hello.
Hello? Testing. Yep. Moving on to citizens' comments, off agenda items.
Ready?
The floor is yours.
Jennifer Schmidt, 138 Fifth Street. All right, I know everybody's tired. Thank you for your patience, and I'm
Take your time.
exhausted myself, so bear with me a little bit. So I just wanted to start with some fun facts. My daughter's on her third quarantine since December. She's unvaccinated, and she's been unmasked since September of 2020. She's been tested for COVID numerous times, and she's never had COVID. I find this all just quite ironic. She's currently in a quarantine, perfectly healthy, not able to attend school due to a close contact. I'm here to express my opposition to your discriminatory policy to quarantine children based on vaccination status and contact tracing. The policy is ill-advised, against current CDC scientific standards, and should be rescinded immediately. The policy on its face discriminates against unvaccinated children. The policy permits vaccinated, asymptomatic, potentially COVID positive children to stay in school unmasked and carry on normally. But unvaccinated, asymptomatic close contacts are presumed positive and excluded from school outright for 5 days and are required to wear a mask when returning to class for another week. You have no legal, medical, or scientific basis to enact this policy. There is no public health emergency. It ended at midnight, March 7th, 2022. There's no law, regulation, executive order, mandate, or directive requiring quarantine based on vaccination status to be implemented. Your policy conflicts with CDC policy in several ways. Number one, the policy is inconsistent with the CDC stance on vaccine effectiveness. The CDC director recently acknowledged that the vaccines cannot prevent transmission. That is to say, COVID-19 is not preventable through the use of vaccines. This is supported by a recent New York study of 5 through 11-year-olds that found limited evidence of effectiveness of the vaccine for children. The CDC no longer recommends universal case investigation and contact tracing in school settings. Rather, it recommends it only for specific settings like LTC facilities and homeless shelters. The CDC does not recommend vaccinated COVID positive students stay in class. Under your policy, if a child cannot be vaccinated because of religious beliefs, they are segregated from school and friends on a mere presumption of illness. That conflicts with Article 1, Section 5 of the New Jersey Constitution, which prohibits segregation on religious grounds. Your policy takes asymptomatic children, segregates them, and doesn't even allow them to submit to tests in order to attend school, for which they have a constitutional right to attend in the absence of a public health emergency or legal requirement. There is no way to enforce your policy without violating the privacy of students' confidential personal health information. It requires announcing to the school that they are unvaccinated. This is embarrassing for the child and against the consent of the parent. Your policy also conflicts with current equity and inclusion policies. You are required to, 1, provide equal and bias-free access for all students to all school facilities, courses, programs, activities, and services, regardless of race, creed, religion, and numerous other factors. Number 2, recognize and value the diversity of persons and promote the acceptance, respect, celebration, and appreciation of all persons, regardless of race, creed, age, religion, disability, or socioeconomic status. 3, provide a learning environment that is free from all forms of prejudice and discrimination. Your policy is inconsistent with other towns in New Jersey, which do not have these policies. Park Ridge, Pompton Lakes, Mahwah, Bogota has test to stay. West Milford, Westwood, that's just to name a few, and I gave Ricardo a list with many more. And that doesn't include a lot of the other schools that have now implemented tests to stay at the very least. Further, these policies unfairly target children like my daughter who have special needs and therefore ride the bus and come in more frequent contact with other students and staff. The harm of these policies to a special needs child is also exacerbated, as is the case with my child, who suffers from heightened anxiety, emotional and behavioral problems, and frequent tantrums. Her psychological well-being relies on consistency and routine and in-person schooling. My healthy child is no threat to anyone in the school, yet you remove her from in-person learning and you deprive her of her right to a free and appropriate public education. The sole purpose of your current policy
is to bully and shame healthy children into vaccination by taking away school, masking and embarrassing them in front of their peers. Discrimination in any form is illegal and morally reprehensible. The imposition of complicated and draconian COVID measures at this stage are untimely and completely out of step with reality. The Board of Ed's constitutional and statutory mandate is to provide a free and equal education for all children in the district. Discrimination in any form cannot be accepted or tolerated. At this time, I encourage the Board of Ed to implement a healthy child stay policy like other districts in New Jersey and stop the discrimination against unvaccinated children. There is no scientific basis for your policy. You are not medical providers nor physicians who are educated enough to understand that your policy is unnecessary and harmful to children. The health officer is not in charge of the schools and has no legal authority to ask you to impose a facially discriminatory policy that conflicts with anti-discrimination policy and sidesteps the CDC recommendations. It is up to you to make the right decision, like the other districts in New Jersey, and stop creating policies that hurt the children in our schools. If you can't do this, I'll do what I must do, and I'll consider further legal action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
As always, the honey before the sugar. Mr. Fernandez, congratulations on running an open meeting and allowing the public to vent rather than threaten us or cut us off. Thank you, sir. The situation which we have tonight was
Please state your name and your address, please.
John Raftery. You know where I'm right down the street from you, 54 Euclid Avenue.
Making sure.
Mrs. Orth's four-letter word plan is spreading like wildfire. I have heard 5 people mention it tonight. That is because people do not understand what you're thinking up here unless you present them with a plan. There was no plan for Ms. Theimann. There was no one to replace her who was going to mentor the children. Okay, so the thing is, we don't understand. Moving forward, everything should be presented in a plan. There was no plan for Dr. Bender when we let her go without even questioning her. Who was going to pick up the curriculum? Who was going to take care of education, et cetera, so on. And here we are now, spiraling out of control, our Board of Education, because we didn't have a plan. So we need a plan on everything. Moving forward, we must have a plan. Simple as that. Again, Ms. Theimann was the perfect example. No plan. Of course, everybody's upset. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Please state your name and your address.
He did that once before. I think she knows who I am. Why are the students double testing on Friday, and why are they putting in that position when our testing scores aren't that good to begin with? You didn't hear me? I said, why are the students double testing on Friday, and why are they being put in that position when our test scores aren't good to begin with?
I'll get back to you with an answer on that.
You're also running the AP test at the same time as state testing, and they're double testing on Friday too. Why would you want to do that? QSAC. I listened to the meeting when you cutely said that QSAC was so happy with Ridgefield Park that they're coming back. Well, anyone that knows what QSAC is about knows the state does not come back unless you failed something. Toward the end of the meeting, you said we're not going to improve our curriculum next year and we have to spend $30,000 to meet QSAC. What curriculum areas did we fail?
So I'm going to go with your first comment first, Mrs. DeSantis. QSAC couldn't schedule on the same day because the person in the role of acting superintendent and director of curriculum instruction couldn't meet with 2 separate teams on the same day. So they came back so I could meet with them 3 times actually for 3 categories of QSAC. As far as what we didn't fail, we passed everything on curriculum. There were some revisions that they wanted to see, which we have since made.
Okay. It's nice to showcase student achievements, but I also know it's a way to attempt to cover up what's going on beneath the surface and make people think that things are going wonderfully. There are fights going on outside the school regularly. What's being done to stop it? We have students threatening teachers, weapons have been brought into the school, students are walking around all day filming their fellow students in the locker rooms and bathrooms, as well as filming teachers to obtain something they can post online and pass to their friends. I'll say again, there's no phone policy in this district, yet it continues. With all students having Chromebooks, there's no need for them to use their phones, and I want to know what's being done to stop it.
Could you ask that last question again, please?
The whole thing?
The last part.
Or what's being done to stop it?
About the Chromebooks?
Okay, I said that we have a no phone policy for students. It's still not being enforced. And with all students having Chromebooks, there's no need for them to use their phones to look up things. And what's being done to stop what's going on in the school?
Again, I will check out the no phone policy at the high school.
Okay. I think that maybe your idea of curriculum taking a back seat to students feeling good about themselves isn't the best course of action, since the school system is here to educate and teach students. I've always been what I consider character education, but that is leading by example, giving expectations, expecting respect, and providing an environment where students can learn, express themselves in an appropriate manner, and facing consequences for their actions. And I think this district should concentrate on going forward with curriculum and getting this school straight in a good atmosphere where kids can learn and there's respect for their teachers and the teachers respect them. We have great teachers in this district, and these kids are out of control right now. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Dawn Dwyer, 199 Bergen Turnpike. On the last meeting on 4/6, I read a letter that I sent in regards to unsafe busing practices. To refresh your memory, on 3 separate occasions, my son was transported on our buses with no aid. On one occasion, the driver had to pull over to yell at the children because the children were out of control. On the second occasion, the driver informed me it was okay because there was only a few kids on the bus that day. I asked for answers to be provided in writing. I have not heard anything. I'm going to ask again. Can you please explain why the busing coordinator permitted a bus to go on the road to pick up elementary special needs students without an aide on the bus? What responsibility does the driver have for being on the road without proper staffing? I would like an immediate explanation as to why the bus services violated the law and endangered my son and others. I would also like to know what the district is going to do to ensure the safety of the children on the bus as well as the community. I would like a response to these questions by 5/18/2022. I believe 6 weeks is more than ample time to have passed without answers. If I do not get a response by 5/18, I will have no choice but to contact my attorney. My other statement I would like to make is in regards to the motion tonight. Over the last 2 years that Dr. Bender was superintendent, not one motion was voted down by the board. And she was sent home with a vote of no confidence. Tonight, there was a resolution that was turned down by every single board member. I would like to know what this board is going to do with the acting superintendent, considering there was no resolutions that Dr. Bender created that wasn't passed. And tonight we have this resolution that wasn't passed. What are we going to do? Are we going to send him home with no confidence? Because obviously, I mean, from what we've heard here, I'm not, I don't think he's doing the job that he is hired for. And the position that he's in. 4 weeks, no answers. I verified my email with you at the end of the meeting. During the meeting, I verified with you that I wanted a response in writing after the meeting, and I haven't heard anything. 4 weeks. Thank you.
Janet Malul, 163 East Grand Ave. I'm kind of baffled at this point. It really, we're looking at supposedly turning backwards by having 7 through 12 under one principal. Yet we have 2 assistant principals. So to me, the simplest solution to keep the county's issue is to just create a 7th and 8th grade assistant principal that deals strictly with that. It's a simple solution. And yet you're looking to dismantle the positives that have come by at a time when that should be the farthest things from your minds. And then I look at the flip side. So you let Dr. Bender go without a plan. We have at the time, I'm assuming Dr. Haynes' position was an assistant superintendent's position. And he was going to be dealing with curriculum, I believe, in my own words, analysis of test scores, ways we could use that information to improve instructional situations, and so on. That in and of itself is a full-time job. And yet the board at the time saw fit to then put him into the position of also doing a superintendent's job. And the board has expected him to be doing 2 jobs. The message this is sending to me is that one of those jobs was unnecessary. If you're expecting one person to do 2 jobs, because honestly, neither job is being done, I think, adequately at this point. And so you hire part-timers to kind of fill in, when I say part-timers, people that are in district that are now being given additional tasks with a stipend to make up for where it just doesn't fit. You can't put 2 major jobs filling it by one person. So that plan right there was flawed. And now it's gotten to the point where, from what I'm seeing, I don't see anything. The thing that's totally has me flawed is the fact that you're not going to give finals. And the message that's telling to me is, then there's no way to be held accountable. So where is any of this making any sense? And honestly, if I was in Dr. Haynes' position, my answer to you guys would have been, yes, we do have to have a superintendent of schools, but under the current circumstances, the job I was hired to do should take precedent, because that's really what it's about. Making sure we can bring up the instructional situation so these kids catch up after a pandemic. And we're not doing that. I don't see that happening. And the so-called, oh, we're going to have a science coach, we're going to have this coach, we're going to have that coach. To me, that's all nonsense. And the bigger question I have is, so now you've eliminated this position tonight as far as a middle school principal continuing for next year. And I'm going to be very blunt. So you're going to do away with the position for a year, you're going to bring it back, and then who Who do you have in mind for that position? Because that's the way it rolls in this district. And I'm getting to the point where I feel like I come down here and I waste my time because it's the same convoluted mess over and over again. And I have to compliment that the majority of the board tonight really thought about and made sense. And this was the first time I did not expect to hear from the monitor to change everything around. I understand at some level, but to me, there was no creativity here tonight. There are ways around this. And you're not taking that step. And if I were a middle school parent, I would be probably polling the entire town on this so that you get 400 or 500 people here and you're not going to know what to do with them because it's not fair to the kids. And again, I hear for years and years, oh, what's best for the students? What's best for the students? You know what? If you're not going to really do what's best for the students, then don't say it. Because from what I saw tonight, we're not doing what's best for the students.
Well,
And
Miss,
that's the
you
sad
heard us
part.
all. I think it almost unanimously,
I know,
unanimously.
I know.
We
No,
voted
on
it
that
no.
end, you did. But what I'm saying is, in
So
the
I
end,
think the direction of
Because-
faulting and not thinking about the kids.
no, I'm just, what I'm saying, and maybe I'm
You're
not
painting
saying
us
it
with a
right at
very
this point
broad
because I'm
brush.
so angry, is the fact that you guys voted right. But in the end, what was brought forward by the assistant superintendent, the acting superintendent, and the monitor, because of an acting county superintendent, is not what's in best interest for the kids. So I'm banking on the board members to figure out a way to counteract this and change it for what you all saw was the right way to go. Okay, I take back the way I worded that.
No, it's okay.
But it's just, it's mind-boggling to me. And I really, again, I'm going to ask if the direction that is going to seemingly go or possibly go where you don't bring back Dr. Bender, then when are you holding a real search for a new superintendent? Because if there's another year left, are you going to wait till that end of that year and then all of a sudden say, oh, well, we're going to put Dr. Haines in automatically? I have nothing against Dr. Haines, but I don't think he's cut out for this job. Maybe curriculum, but running this whole gamut isn't working in my mind. So I really think you got to think about it. And
Lots
I
to
would
think
like
about.
to see him put more time into curriculum. that
Lots
he
to
was-
think about. Thank you so
that
much for
he
your
was
comments.
hired for.
Ed DeSantis, 15 Homestead Place.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You know, being a board member is a tough job. Being a superintendent's a tough job. It's, and there's a lot of things that go on that not always the public understands. But for long before I got on the board, people were begging for somebody to be dedicated to the 7th and 8th grade. It's been years and years and years and years, and it happened, and Dr. Bender suggested it, and it was approved. Now, if you have some other reason why you don't think Mrs. Theimann should have the job, that's none of my business. It's personnel. I've never heard a bad word. So you have somebody in place. It's a needed position. And I don't feel good about this whole thing with the preschool getting rushed through, and then we're going to give a position and you're going to move over here, a voluntary transfer. It sits ill with me. It doesn't seem to be everything appears to be on the surface. Yeah, we are going to need a preschool. I'm totally in favor of that. I know Berlinda's been a huge proponent of this. It's not mandated yet, but it's got to be. We got to plan for it. We certainly, with the population, I'm sorry for repeating myself, but we're going to have an influx of kids. Where are we going to put this preschool? Even if we got to rent, Rent costs money, staff costs money. We're in a crisis here. I'm concerned we don't have any leadership. I'm concerned with the discipline and that we didn't do well on QSAC on a whole, because we know QSAC people never come back because they're happy. They come back only if they're not happy. So I understand, Dr. Haines, your feelings about the emotional, and you're smiling, but I understand the emotional and social needs of the students. 100% in favor of it. But why does it have to be, as you said, the social emotional needs versus the curriculum? Tough job, but you got to do both. You got to do both. And you got to plan, and sometimes the job is miserable, but you still got to do it. You can't weigh preschool versus 7th and 8th grade principal. Whatever you're going to do with that job now, I don't know. And I'm glad board members, I thought Ricardo was a good idea to maybe like get more information. I always hated last minute resolutions, hated them. But whatever the case may be, look, it's a good district, good kids, good staff. I would suggest, Dr. Haines, that you concentrate on academic needs. That's your background. That's your bailiwick, if you want to say it. That's where we need the expertise, and we need leadership. I don't want this to sound like a lecture. It's actually like a pleading more for our kids, for the community members. Nobody wants to be here this late, including you or me. Just please, kids first going forward. And Dr. Haines, again, people don't want to hear a look on a website. They don't want to hear that. They expect at least Mr. Fernandez in this case and Dr. Haines to come and at least be some kind of a team in knowing what's going on. And that didn't come through tonight. I appreciate the extra time you gave everybody, Mr. Fernandez. And I thank you for just listening to my comments.
Promise to make this quick. I know everybody's tired. I'm tired. I just want a little bit more clarity on the decision. So I'm going to address Mr. Demikoff. I just would like some clarity on where this is coming from. Is this a directive from the county? Is this coming from your superiors? Like, I don't know. I just want more clarity. I think other people are a little confused.
My motion or my statement was in support of the superintendent's recommendation and in consultation with the executive county superintendent. And the timing of this is such that a decision had to be made by May 15th, one way or the other. So that's what I did.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anybody to promote? Please promote. Good evening, Miss.
Hi, Gillian Mark, 305 Fifth Street. I wanted to talk about busing for a moment, but someone had mentioned something about the COVID rules, and I just wanted to say my job has the same guidelines as the district. So I think you guys are on par with that. So you guys are doing a great job because I've been home for 10 days because of the COVID rules. So you guys are doing great. I work for the Associated Press. So if the Associated Press has the same rules as Ridgefield Park, you guys are doing great. Busing, I had an incident. My son has special needs, and there was an incident on the bus, and I reached out to the busing coordinator, and within 10 minutes, he got back to me. We resolved the issue. He was right on top of it. He's been in contact with me for several days after the incident to make sure my son was okay, that my husband and I were comfortable with the resolution we came up with. he keeps texting me to make sure that my son is okay and that we're, all happy and make sure that, nothing's wrong anymore. I just want to say Bob Kumari is doing a great job with busing, and we're very fortunate to have him because before we had busing in the district, there was another busing company outsourced, and it was a nightmare where the bus driver used to yell at my son. And we had Jason G2 was on the bus with my son, and he actually had to let us know that the bus driver was verbally abusing my son. But knowing that the busing services are in district and you can reach out to the busing director and that I can get such great response is phenomenal. So I just wanted to let you know that you guys have a great person there, and the bus drivers, the aides, they're all phenomenal. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them because I haven't done that in a long time and my son's about to age out. So I just wanted to say they're doing a great job. It was positive, guys. It was. I actually said something nice.
Thank you for your comments.
All right.
Moan, anything? Okay, I'd like to close this section of the citizens' comments off agenda items and moving on to unfinished business. Not seeing any unfinished business, moving on to new business. Would trustee Berlinda Rodgriguez?
So I make a motion to table FP 124. I think that we should discuss in the faculties and programs. I'm just a little bit confused, like for example, supervised students assigned to the early childhood. Early childhood is considered pre-K, first, second, and third. So is that going to change the job description of the current building principals? So if this assistant director of early childhood supervises early childhood, then that's going to change the job description and the responsibility of the current building principals. Also, preschool programs and assigned elementary school preschools. There are currently preschool classes at 2 of the elementary schools. So they are the responsibility, I'm assuming, of special services. So that's going to change their job description too. So I think that I'm going to say we need to discuss it, and I make a motion to table.
I second the motion to table.
Am I allowed to ask a question now about this?
David?
It's the motion to table is up for discussion. So if within that, your question is within that frame, then yes.
I'm not sure it's within the time frame. I'm just trying to follow through. Like, I know we passed, well, we were overwritten and a resolution was passed to eliminate the position. And this originally was to replace that position. Is there a time frame that we need to put this in place or vote on this with respect to tabling it or voting on it right now?
Mr. Demikoff, if you don't mind to interject.
There's no time frame on this. You don't have to do that now.
But does that mean that the person is technically out of a job as of now, or is this
No.
till the end of the school year?
No, they're not out of a job. They have tenure rights. They have a job.
Thank
They're
you.
not terminated regardless of what you heard.
Thank you.
Ms. Grabstein, I think we have to take a vote
On the table? Okay.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Dissler, can you weigh in on that a little bit?
Sure. So just in which respect? On the job, on the tenure rights, I'm happy to.
So this job description is in alignment with the resolution P225 for voluntary transfer. And if you eliminate this job description or table it, it's assuming you're affecting 225 in the voluntary transfer. So can you please weigh in on then? Yes, I heard you say this person has tenure, but could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. So the impact, I guess, so if the board tables FP 124, it would either need to withdraw or also table P 225, which is then the voluntary transfer of the specific employee. Mr. Demikoff is right that the employee has tenure protections. Those are not administrative tenure protections, they are teaching tenure protections. So the impact then of tabling this, specifically FP 124, is that you would table then both of those resolutions regarding the transfer as well. Does anyone have any questions?
I want a little more clarity. So that means this person then has tenure rights as a teacher and bumps a teacher.
Not necessarily. You have maternity replacements that we voted on. You may have resignations between now and September. So it doesn't necessarily mean, it could mean that a person gets bumped, but there's people that go out on leave that this position or person can take that position.
So I'd still like Mr. Dissler to weigh in on, if you table the job description, which means you're also tabling the voluntary transfer, how much time then happens, because that person without either of those resolutions goes into a teaching position, how much time is there between the person having a different option proposed by this Board of Education? Does it have to be May 15th or can it be
It
June
does
3rd?
not. So at this
Thank
point, they'd have the ability to impact their tenure rights. And because of that, I would also mention that the RIF is not effective tomorrow. It's effective at the end of the school year, right? So the board has theoretically the ability to create either pass this job description at the next meeting, a different job description and the like, without any theoretical interruption in service of that position.
So we could actually discuss this and vote on it maybe at the next meeting.
Yeah, next meeting,
Theoretically,
2 weeks.
Correct. I can't discuss potentially the tenure implications of that decision. If the transfer is not done today, we haven't looked into that issue. But for the board's perspective, there would not be an interruption in service if in 2 weeks the board looked at this job description and the like. I should also mention that there's a difference in the job description, and then also there is a difference in FP 124 and P 225. Both of them obviously do not have to go together.
If I might, there's a lot more to this. The individual in question has also been paying mentoring fees to someone as she applied for the principal certificate. How can we address those?
Mr. Dissler, can we talk about this in public?
Yeah, I would. We're starting to get on a personnel type issue. I would prefer, since the employee was rife, to not waive, to not request that conversation take place in public. That if you have specific questions for me and the legal impact, we can discuss that in executive session.
So I would support the idea of tabling it, since we can't, there's clearly a lot of issues here, and to ram this through now to create this important position, it doesn't seem fair, especially when we still have the question of what can we do for the middle school? Clearly, there is a need to have a person specifically at the middle school level. And I think before we create this position and transfer somebody into it, we need to come to have a plan as to what we're going to do with the middle school position. I mean, clearly that the principal position is gone, but somebody has to take over those responsibilities. And we can't create this position, and it's unfair to both parties.
It's unfair to all parties involved. I mean, there's a clear need for something at the middle school.
We'll continue to table.
Vote on the table. Mrs. Rodriguez?
I vote. What? So voting?
I think we need to amend the motion actually to table both FP 124 and P 225.
David, can we do that at the same time?
You can do them at the same time, but I think you need to vote. I think there's already a motion regarding P24, so it either needs to be withdrawn and then a new motion be made, or you just vote on that first one. So it's up to whoever.
Okay. Mrs. Rodriguez? Mrs. Orth?
Yes.
Mr. Fytros, I think he left. Mr. Gomes?
Yes.
Mrs. McNeil?
Yes.
Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Verselli?
As long as it's as if we're doing this today or 2 weeks, I'll vote yes. But that's the information that I'm getting, so I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Cathcart?
Yes.
And President Fernandez?
Yes.
Okay, the motion is tabled.
Now we need a motion to pay table 225.
Yes.
Yep. Moving on to P225, correct?
FP 125. Yep. So I make a motion to move FP 125.
Second.
What am I? 25?
You're moving.
I'm moving
You're
125.
right. See, now
Yes,
this
I'm
time we're
right. I am moving.
On top of the
FP
game.
125.
Yes.
These
We
kids have
still
to
have
go on
to
a field
move
trip.
125.
We have the field trip.
Are we tabling 225?
No, we're not tabling, we're moving it.
We're moving FP 125.
That's what we're doing.
I have a question here. How are you going to approve 225 if you are, when you don't have a job description for it?
No, we're on FP 125, which is the field
125.
trip.
Oh, 125. Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
125.
Okay, sorry.
It's late, Wayne.
I know, it's tomorrow, really.
Okay, so do we have a motion for 125?
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Second.
I second.
Okay, vote on FP 125. Mrs. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Verselli?
Yes.
Mr. Fytros? Mr. Gomes?
Yes.
Mrs. McNeil?
Yes.
Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Orth?
Yes.
Mr. Cathcart?
Yeah.
And President Fernandez?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Yeah, in final, I'd like to move P226.
I second it.
225
vote
too?
yes.
Table
So
225.
I make a motion to table P225.
Second.
Second.
Okay, voting on tabling 225. Mr. Verselli?
Yes.
Mr. Gomes?
Similar to what Tommy said, yes, but I'm expecting we'll vote on this at the next meeting.
Mrs. McNeil?
Yes.
Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Orth?
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Cathcart,
Yes.
and President Fernandez.
Yes.
Okay, the motion is tabled.
Yep, and then we'll finally, yeah, the last one would be P 226.
Second.
P226, President Fernandez,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Mrs. McNeil,
Yes.
Mrs. Orth,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Verselli,
Yes.
and Mr. Cathcart.
Yes.
P226 passes.
Can I motion adjourn?
I second.
I third.